Attention everyone. Hold to order. Hold right.
Okay, thank you. Please be seated. Okay, welcome to the 12th meeting of City Council. Start with the land acknowledgement. We acknowledge that we are gathered today on the traditional lands of the Anishinaabe, Haudenosaunee, Lenape-Pewak, and Attawandaron peoples. We honor and respect the history, languages, and culture of the diverse Indigenous people who call this territory home. We acknowledge all of the treaties that are specific to this area: the two-row Wampum Belt Treaty of the Haudenosaunee Confederacy Silver Covenant Chain, the beaver hunting grounds of the Haudenosaunee Nanfan Treaty of 1701, the McKee Treaty of 1790, the Lennon Township Treaty of 1796, the Huron Tract Treaty of 1827 with the Anishinaabe, and the Dish with One Spoon Covenant Wampum of the Anishinaabe and Haudenosaunee. The three Indigenous nations that are neighbors to the City of London are the Chippewas of the Thames First Nation, Oneida Nation of the Thames, and the Munsee Delaware Nation, who all continue to live as sovereign nations, with each with individual and unique languages, cultures, and customs. Also, the City of London is committed to making every effort to provide alternative formats and communication supports for meetings upon request. To make a request specific to this meeting, please contact councilagenda@london.ca or 519-661-2489 extension 2425. With that, it brings us to our national anthem singer. From cozy living room gigs to larger performances at local clubs, Ness is inspired to share her renditions of the classics and more. With every chord, she is stepping closer to fulfilling a musical journey. She's excited to release more covers and original music in the near future, and she invites you to come along for the ride. As a UNESCO City of Music, the City of London Music Office is excited to welcome Ness as one of the featured artists at the London Major's National Anthem Artist Development Program. And you can catch her singing at a ball game this summer. I know I've heard her once there, and she'll be back a number of other times. So please rise and join me in welcoming Ness, who will now sing the national anthem for us.
Oh, Canada, our home and native land, true patriot love in all of us command. With glowing hearts we see thee rise, the true north strong and free. From far and wide, O Canada, we stand on guard for thee. God, keep our land glorious and free. O Canada, we stand on guard for thee. O Canada, we stand on guard for thee.
Okay, we're on to the regular meeting items now. Disclosures of pecuniary interest. Ready?
Thank you, Your Worship, and through you. I have a pecuniary interest in 2.1 in corporate services. Let me just bear with me for a moment. Sorry, I didn't have this ready.
Yeah, it looks like corporate services, item 5, 2.1.
Thank you, 2.1, thank you. And I'd like to recuse myself.
Okay, thank you. Any other disclosures? Okay, thank you. We're on to recognitions. Councillor Trosau, you have a recognition for us today.
Yes, I do. Thank you very much, Mayor. I would like to talk about a good friend of the heritage community and the science community in London who passed away, and we just had an event for her. Her name is Janet Hutton, and she's somebody who many of you would know because she was often up in the chambers, and she certainly came to a lot of planning committee meetings, and she certainly came to a lot of Latch meetings. This past Sunday, I was lucky enough to listen to and speak with many of her friends, many of her colleagues, and many of her family members who came to London for the event. Janet died on July 7th, 2023 at the age of 95, but for a variety of reasons, it was decided to put off having a celebration, a very, very, very spirited celebration at one of my neighbors' homes. Janet's life went from university studies in physics and chemistry. Back in the day when there were not a lot of women who were enrolling in programs in physics and chemistry. She was one of the first people to work on the Stratford Shakespearean Festival. She was very interested in costumes, period costumes, heritage costumes, particularly scarves. And she had quite a collection of scarves. Turning more to heritage, she became the curator of artifacts for the London Historical Museum, which was then part of London Libraries and is now Museum London. She became the first curator of the committee which led to the Fugitive Slave Chapel, and she spent a lot of time working on that issue over the years. She was quite a researcher. She had a very strong background in academics and librarianship and archives. Her research interests came together volunteering with the Architectural Conservancy of Ontario, London chapter, and served on variously named over the years advisory committees. She always led people to inquiry and to find out more about what they knew. And she often had quite a bit to say about it. She was a very spirited person, and I really enjoyed my time spent with her. She lived on Huron. She was a wonderful woman. She was always interesting, and she was always interested in whatever people wanted to talk about. So thank you, and I know a lot of people here probably know her.
Thank you, Councillor Trosau. Any other recognitions? I'm not aware of any. Oh, yes, Deputy Mayor Lewis, go ahead.
Thank you, Your Worship. Colleagues, 55 years ago this weekend, the Stonewall riots triggered what would become the modern start of the LGBTQ plus rights movement in North America and across the world. I think it's important to recognize June as Pride Month here in London as we approach the end of the month, knowing that next month our own main Pride Festival will be taking place across the street in Victoria Park, at a time when members of the LGBTQ community and their supporters continue to face acts of intimidation and violence directed towards them, whether it's the defacing of Pride crosswalks, confrontations at Pride events, or events that we currently have under investigation in this city. We've come a long way in London. I was here with members of the Pride Board in 2006 when we delivered the first Pride flag that would be flown in Reg Cooper Square to then Controller Gina Barber. I was there in 2010 when, for the first time ever, the City of London's mayor and the City of London's police chief, Joe Fontana and Brad Duncan at the time, marched in the Pride Parade. And I've been there to see all of you colleagues at Pride festivals in our community last summer, and I know that I will see many of you there again this summer as your time allows. There's lots of activities going on, so attend what you can, support the community. I said this last year, and I'll say it again this year, to the haters out there, to the people who think that it is okay to intimidate and bully and direct acts of violence towards the LGBTQ plus community. We're here, we're queer, get used to it.
Thank you. We have review of confidential matters to be considered in public. We have none. We're on to council in closed session, of which there are a number of items on your regular agenda, I believe 3 of them. I'll look for a motion to move into confidential session. Councillor Rahman, seconded by Councillor Cuddy. Any discussion? Okay, we'll open that vote in the system. And for those leaving the gallery, you don't have to go anywhere. We're actually the ones who kick ourselves out on this one. So we're moving to committee room 5. So you guys can stay if you'd like.
Councillor Trosso, Councillor Van Meerbergen.
Trust votes yes.
I'll vote yes.
Noted, thank you. Closing the vote, motion carries 14-0.
Okay, and as I just mentioned, colleagues will be in committee room 5. Thank you. Please be seated. All right, that concludes the in-camera portion of the meeting. We're on to confirmation and signing of the minutes of previous meetings. We have the 11th meeting held on June 4th. I'll look for a mover and a seconder of those minutes. Moved by Councillor Ferreira, seconded by Councillor Cuddy. Any discussion on the minutes? Seeing none, we'll open that for voting.
Closing the vote, motion carries 14-0.
Okay, next we have a series of communications both on the regular and added agenda. There's a motion prepared to refer all of those. All of them are related to things in our agenda already. There's a motion to refer all of those to the relevant sections of the agenda to be dealt with as part of those committee recommendations and reports. I'll look for a mover to do all of that together. Councillor Rahman, seconded by Councillor Hopkins. Any discussion on moving all of those? Okay, we'll open that for voting.
Closing the vote, motion carries 14-0.
Okay, we're on to motions to which notice was given. There is none. That brings us to reports. I have the Civic Works Committee as the first set of reports. I'll go to Councillor Hopkins.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm pleased to put forward the 9th meeting of the Civic Works Committee. I've had no one ask to have anything pulled.
Anybody looking to have something dealt with separately? Okay.
Yeah, just to say that we received the ITCAC report. There's a number of consent items, as you can see. The good news story is the infrastructure renewal program. Part 2, which is the sanitary sewers for 2nd Street, and of course the downtown core. So with that, that's my report.
Great. Any colleagues have any comments or discussion on these items that are before us? Councillor Trosau, go ahead.
Yes, I would like to just raise a very, very brief question regarding 8.1, number 4, which was 2.3, the Mud Creek construction contract. And I just wanted to clarify again. I did ask this question in committee, but I think it's important. This work will all have to be done before the matter that's on the planning committee agenda regarding 323 Oxford would be able to proceed with construction. Is that correct?
Thank you, Your Worship. Yes, that is correct. This work is a prerequisite for the development to proceed.
And is there any time estimate as to when this work may be likely completed?
Go ahead.
My apologies, Your Worship. I don't have that with me right now, but I can certainly provide that to the councillor offline.
Councillor Trosau.
Okay, well, thank you very much. I just wanted it on the record that there are holding provisions that would have to be removed based on this work that's on the Civic Works agenda. Thank you very much.
Okay, great. Thank you. Anyone else on any of the items in the Civic Works Committee agenda report that's before us? Okay, we'll open that for voting.
Closing the vote, motion carries 14-0.
Okay, we're on to SPPC. I'll go to the Deputy Mayor to present that report.
Thank you, Your Worship. With respect to the 11th report of the Strategic Priorities and Policy Committee, I have been asked to pull item 7, London's Health and Homelessness Whole of Community Response, to be dealt with separately. I've not been asked to have any other items pulled, so I'll look to see if there's any more now.
Go ahead, Councillor Stevenson.
Thank you. I'd like to pull 3 master accommodation plan.
Okay, so far 3 and 7 are separate. Anything else? Anything online? Okay, looks like that's it. I'll let you craft a motion.
Then I'm prepared to move items 1, 2, 4 through 6, 8 through 11 inclusive, and we'll deal with the remainder separately.
Okay, that's moved by the chair and on the floor. Any discussion on any of those items? Okay, seeing none, we'll open those ones for voting.
Closing the vote, motion carries 14-0.
Go ahead.
Thank you, Your Worship. I'm now prepared to put item 3, that's the master accommodation plan, redevelopment of City Hall campus, on the floor.
Okay, that's on the floor as recommended by committee, moved by the chair. I'll look for comments and discussion on this. Go ahead, Councillor Cuddy.
Thank you, Your Worship, and through you. Sorry. I apologize. I'm going to just sit for a moment.
Then anyone else? I see no one. Okay, then.
Thank you,
you are
Worship.
gonna
My
go.
apologies. We have a motion we'd like to put on the floor.
Okay, great. I appreciate you trying to give people a chance to dialogue first, but it sounds like people are just waiting to see what your motion is. So if you want to put a motion, now's the time. On the floor, please.
Oh, sorry. Thank you. Thank you. The clerk has the motion, and I think it's been circulated. No.
I don't think it's been circulated, so it'd be ideal if you could read it to everybody. At least I didn't read it ahead of time.
Thank you.
Once you read it, then I'll look for a seconder.
I have a second. Thank you.
You have a seconder, okay.
I have a
well,
seconder.
Then, since you have a seconder, for ease, seems like you're pulling it up, I'm gonna ask the clerk with the mover, the seconder is Councillor Stevenson? Okay, I'll ask the clerk to put that in e-scribe. That way you can read it and colleagues can see it, and so can the public. But we have to put that on the, like, some people have not seen it, so we're gonna have to read it out so people know what you're considering.
Your Worship, would you like me to read it now?
I would, yes.
Thank you. That the master accommodation plan be, redevelopment of City Hall be referred to the Strategic Priorities and Policy Committee meeting in September 2024. That civic administration be directed to reach out to relevant agencies, boards, and commissions to ascertain their desire to explore co-location in a future centralized City Hall facility. That any further action relating to expanding the existing City Hall onto the adjacent campus lands be deferred until a review of the conversion of City Hall lands from commercial to residential related to proposed municipal space alternatives to the current City Hall campus has been completed. Any unsolicited proposals that have been formally received to the city by the city prior to the council meeting, June 25th, 2024, are evaluated in accordance with the city's established unsolicited proposal process. And that the staff report back on those unsolicited proposals and compare the strengths and weaknesses of such proposals relative to the option of expanding on the City Hall campus, considering such matters as cost, time requirement, suitability for accommodating a centralized City Hall facility, spin-off economic impact, contribution to downtown revitalization, creation of housing, supply, downtown safety and security, and any additional considerations that staff are believed important to consider. Thank you.
Okay, so that's moved and seconded. Now's the time, since it's moved and seconded, you could speak to the merits of your proposal, and I'll just remind everybody this is council, so you get to speak once for 5 minutes. Go ahead.
Thank you, Your Worship, and through you. Oh, I believe this is too important a project for us to brush over so quickly. And unfortunately, at SPPC, it came up at the end of the evening at a time when I think we were tired. Well, that's no excuse. It is the fact that it was a long meeting, and we didn't give this. I don't think we gave this proper consideration and the time that it deserved. You know, there's a number of reasons why, and we don't need to go to this at this point, Your Worship. But I think there's a number of reasons why we need to consider relocation, at least consider the options that are available to us. And my colleague, Councillor Stevenson, said it so well at SPPC. You know, we've had Western University and Fanshawe College make great investments in downtown. We have the Budweiser Gardens, we have the market, we have a lot of things happening in our core. And this may be an opportunity for us to continue the revitalization of the downtown core area. And by moving our City Hall and our City Hall campus, this will give us the opportunity to continue to develop and to continue to make the downtown thrive as it is prospering now. We also have to consider the value of the land that we currently sit on. It's probably one of the most valuable pieces of land in the city today, if not the most. And we have to consider that this eventually will be a residential area, Your Worship, and that we want to maximize the value of it, for the City of London, but also for the residents. And I do believe that this is an opportunity for us to take a moment to allow staff to reevaluate all of the proposals that would be forthcoming, and to give us an opportunity to really get a better handle on where we need to go with our City Hall campus. Again, I think while we have a great facility here, it is an old building. We all agreed with that, I think, at SPPC. It's an old building with old problems. And I think that moving into a new facility with, in the downtown core area would give us greater opportunities, and also free up some opportunities for us to build housing on this property. Thank you, Your Worship.
Okay, I'm going to pause and just deal with a couple of technical things. So I appreciate you reading out the motion. I probably should have paused before you spoke, but that's fine. Technically, so you can do this motion, but it's got to change a little bit, right? Because what we have on the floor is the committee's recommendation, not the master accommodation plan. So you can still stand your motions here. So essentially what you want to do, if I read your motion compared with the motion that's on the floor, is you don't want to, you're not actually changing from the committee's recommendation A to be received. You are referring B, which is the direction to initiate the competitive procurement process, to a date later. You're still doing C, which was consult with the relevant boards and commissions. And then you're adding the conditions under which we kind of come back to B. So your motion is actually a referral of part B of this, right? The other pieces stand. And then the addition of the other clauses. So we're going to reword that, and I'm just going to, I'm going to strongly suggest to councillors that they work with the clerk leading up to this so that we can get, especially at council, it perfect and right and functional so that we can go that way. Okay? Councillor Rahman, you have a point of order? Technical, go ahead.
Thank you, and through you. Just a technical question. So I read C and I as different, or sorry, C and C, the other one is different, sorry. One to me says explore co-location in a future centralized City Hall facility, and the other says C is at the City Hall campus.
Okay, so you're right. It's kind of a referral of B and C because the C direction is specific to the City Hall campus, which are being referred with B, right? So it's, one second. right. So, Counselor, I can't have contradictory motions. So if, I just want to understand your intent. So if your intent is to consult with boards and commissions on partnering with City Hall more generally, no matter where we might be, that's how you've written it in your motion. It means we actually do have to refer the C part about consulting on a specific location like the City Hall campus, which of course could be considered in your version of C. I think B and C have to be referred together. Your new C can replace it if your intent is to engage with boards and commissions to get some feedback during kind of the pause till, I think, September you suggested. If that's the intent, then that's how it's going to do. We're going to refer those two pieces together, and you're going to add your version of the consultation in to the piece too, so that it's a wider consultation, no matter what the result might be. Okay. All right, that's his intent. So I'm not going to have any more debate until we get the actual motion the way it should be worded on the floor. I know that might take a couple minutes, but that's the consequence of kind of doing this on the fly at council, is it takes time. So I want people to see what's there. I want to make sure it matches your intent. It'll be legislatively functional from the clerk's perspective, and then we will continue debate. So colleagues, do not side talk, but just take a pause for a second.
Your Worship, I do want to apologize to council for creating this motion late.
Thank you. Okay, I'm going to want colleagues to look at motion 3. Ignore motion 2. Motion 3, here's what it's doing. So from the original committee recommendation, A, which is receive the report, and B, the it being noted that we got correspondence, they're still there. We got to deal with that after, right? They're not referred. So we'll deal with that after whatever occurs with this happens. Councillor Cuddy's doing is he's referring B and C from the original report from SPPC. And then he's further directing staff to do 2 things, which he outlined in his comments, right? He's going to reach out to relevant agencies in a different way for a centralized city hall facility not restricted to this site, and then kind of the other 3 components of conditions under which, you know, the deferral of the expansion would come back, or would happen before that comes back. So this can be voted on, and this can be separated too, if colleagues want to deal with parts of it separate. If this is defeated, then the items are not referred and there's no other conditions. We're back to the full and complete committee recommendation. If it passes, we still have to deal with the it being noted and an additional it being noted, recognizing the additional correspondence that came on the added agenda. We deal with that after. Does that make sense to everybody? Can you just read this to make sure it aligns with your intentions? And then we will proceed with the debate, of which you've already spoken.
Thank you, Your Worship. That's a much better, much better rendition of what I proposed. Thank you.
No problem. I'm available before the meetings if you want help with something. Sorry, that was a little over the top. But I, you know, with all due respect, I appreciate you apologizing for bringing it last minute. It does cause a little bit of slowdown during the meetings, and so we've got it now. Though we can proceed with the discussion. You've spoken, Councillor, and you've moved it. You've got a seconder in Councillor Stevenson. We'll update that in the agenda, and I'll proceed with the speakers list on this now. And we can speak to any parts of this, but again, if colleagues want them kind of pulled out and voted on separately, any pieces of this, we can certainly do that. Okay, so I'll look to speakers on this motion that Councillor Cuddy and Councillor Stevenson have put forward. Go ahead, Councillor Stevenson.
Thank you. We're sort of in interesting times. We've got this huge decision to make in terms of our city hall, and it's going to have a long and lasting impact on our city. And we also have an unsolicited proposal policy, which says it will consider proposals that, 1, satisfy a City of London need or problem, 2, are innovative or unique opportunities to improve service, 3, demonstrate significant value or savings or mitigate risks, 4, have significant revenue generation or economic development potential. And I don't know how often this happens, that a city gets an unsolicited proposal of this magnitude. But I do know that it came and it was received, and then we had this staff motion just days later. And we're in this position of how do we, as a council representing London and Londoners and the future of the downtown and where our city hall goes, how do we best navigate the situation that we're in? And if I understand, if we do not refer this and give time for staff to look at this unsolicited proposal, that we would in effect be squashing that. And there wouldn't be due consideration of that. And how do we do that? If we've been given something that meets those criteria and has been received as an unsolicited proposal, how do we make that decision to deny that opportunity for Londoners without an economic impact analysis, without looking at the options of where is the best place for residential conversion, where is the best place for the city hall, what is the impact on what is a 28% vacancy rate downtown that we didn't anticipate years ago when we talked about staying here. We've got, some people have the perception of our downtown's in a death spiral. And what are we going to do about that? And could our decisions here possibly have a positive impact in that? It would be good for me to know. We've got commercial tenancy that is hard to get. New residential tenancy is difficult. Covent Garden Market downtown. We've got Fanshawe, Western and Richmond Road, Dundas Place, a huge investment. What are the impacts of our decision here tonight? And is it worthy of some time to reflect on that and allow at least us to be able to say to Londoners, we allowed that process to go through. And I think we need an economic impact analysis to make a decision of this magnitude. I think it's, and I'd love a warning when I get to 30 seconds. The due diligence that we have to have the data to support our investment and decisions at this time. I know that we've been talking about this for a long, long time, previous to me being in council, but we're at a specific point in time where we get to make that decision. And we have been given an opportunity that we didn't know about. Do we owe it to Londoners and ourselves to get the data to make the decision that is best? And to even have the perception that we allowed that proposal to work its way through the process and that we allowed ourselves to have all of the information to make this really important decision. I would like to request that we go into closed session for legal advice. Do I say for what?
Okay, Councillor, is it related to this specific motion on the floor that you need to go into camera? Okay. Can you outline generally the reasons so that we can put the right reasons together? Is it solicitor advice, directions to staff, land acquisition? Like, just give me the general ballpark of reasons you need to go into camera for.
It's regarding being open and transparent with our legal advice.
That's more of a solicitor-client privilege advice type question. Yeah, like.
My request, I guess, is for solicitor-client
Yes.
privilege. Then?
So if you're asking about advice that was given under solicitor-client privilege, and you want to ask questions about that, then that's the reason to go in. It's under solicitor-client privilege, right? So, assuming that's where you're headed, then
it's regarding what I inquired about earlier.
That's solicitor-client privilege.
That's what I'd like then.
Okay, I need a seconder to move into camera for these reasons. Councillor Cuddy is seconded. Okay, so Councillor Stevenson, seconded by Councillor Cuddy, wants to move into camera under solicitor-client privilege related to the motion, the generally this topic of discussion before us. I'm going to open that vote for colleagues. Okay, all right, okay.
Councillor Van Meerbergen. Closing the vote, motion carries 10-4.
We're going to return to Committee Room 5. We need a few minutes to set it up again for colleagues who are participating remotely. Just walk. We're going to committee room 5. Don't talk about anything. Thank you. Please be seated. Okay, so we'll report out on closed session later when we do the other closed session stuff. We had a motion on the floor, moved by Councillor Cuddy, seconded by Councillor Stevenson. Councillor Cuddy had spoken. Councillor Stevenson had spoken for about 4 minutes, then asked to go in camera. We've done that. We're back to Councillor Stevenson with about a minute left of time.
Okay, thank you very much. I just want to state clearly my request for this referral is to, or my support for this referral, is to allow there to be time to have all of the information that we could possibly need before we make the commitment. And there's the need to take the time to do that due diligence. There's also that perception of having allowed all of the pieces to move along and go through their pathway. And I feel confident that by the time September comes along, we will be able to confidently and move forward because we'll have had this opportunity to really look into this big decision that we get to make. And so I'm looking for council's support on this to allow those of us that need the extra time to have that extra time to be certain on this decision.
Okay, I'll look for other speakers on the motion that's before us. We're on the motion that includes a referral of 2 parts, the additional direction to staff, the one in e-scribe identified as motion number 3. Deputy Mayor Lewis, you're next on the list. You want on the list, sorry? Okay, and then Councillor Trosa.
Thank you, Your Worship. And through you, first a question to our staff. With regard to what's been laid out here, a September timeline is suggested for you to return. There are quite a bit of things to evaluate in clause 2, bracket 3. I'm wondering if, with all of those components, if you can meet that deadline or what you would anticipate the deadline to be.
Go ahead.
Thank you, Your Worship, through you to the members of council. It's a significant amount of work that you're asking for us to do in a time frame which is, albeit appropriate, very shortened. I would say that we would need more time than September to respond back to you. Into the fall would be more appropriate.
Go ahead.
Thank you. I appreciate hearing that. I'm just going to share some comments with colleagues. I think that when we're looking at the amendment, obviously, as we did a committee, reaching out to the relevant boards, agencies, and commissions to ascertain co-location opportunities, still something I'm very supportive of. I know this question was asked by a councillor at committee, but in 2A, the review of conversion to City Hall lands from commercial to residential opportunity, I wouldn't be opposed to hearing that. Where I'm not comfortable supporting is an unsolicited proposal continuing to be evaluated along at the same time, and that we're asking civic administration to report back on a number of these things. And when we look at, you know, something like economic spin-off economic impact, I'm going to go back to what I said at committee. Richmond Row is part of the downtown too. So an economic impact study would have to not only consider what the economic impact of moving to a different site would be, it would also have to consider what the negative economic impact is of leaving this site. Because it would have a negative economic impact on the merchants on Richmond Row, I think. Now, really what we're talking about with regard to the location in the unsolicited proposal is 4 blocks from here. So I'm not sure that the economic impact is that significant either way, that the people aren't still going to walk a distance for on a lunch break or pop out after the workday for a patio or something like that. So I don't think the economic impact piece is, and the contribution to downtown revitalization actually is all that relevant, because I think that there's an economic impact and a component of the vitality of downtown to being here or there. or any place in the core area. So I cannot support 2II and 2III. I would be interested in the report back on the viability of a conversion, office to residential conversion, having heard at committee that we haven't actually done an analysis of this, but I wonder through you, Chair, back to the question I asked the staff about the original piece, what kind of timeline for a high-level review of an office to residential conversion for this current building, how much time would something like that require?
Go ahead, Mr. Mathers.
Through your worship, I would suggest that would be a fairly lengthy activity because we'd want to be getting some external partners to be able to provide that consulting advice to us on that matter. So likely to be like the 4 to 6 month range.
Okay, thank you. I appreciate hearing that too. I guess that creates a little bit of a conundrum for me because I'd like to know what that looks like, but at the same time, I'm aware that there are expenses at this site just in terms of maintaining its viability that we would have to be considering between now and then in terms of some rather substantive repairs that are needed on this property if we're going to continue to operate here. So I do think that I'm going to listen to what other colleagues have to say. As I said, I can support the co-location opportunities being looked at. I would love to know what the office to residential conversion is here, but 4 to 6 months is a pretty lengthy process, so I'm not sure where I land on that based on the answer staff's given. I'm going to I may ask for that to be called separately when the time comes to vote, but I'm going to listen to what colleagues have to say on these items first.
Councillor Trossau, you're next.
Through the chair, on the amendment, I'm not going to support the amendment. I found that the initial staff report was thorough, and it satisfied my desire to have fundamentally a fair and thorough procedure for moving forward. And I'm just hearing proposals for delay after delay. And I was almost going to push the button on personal privilege before when the word due diligence was used. This would give us time to do due diligence. I think those of us who read the original report we did our due diligence. And I think the staff has done its due diligence. And quite frankly, if I have heard anything coming across this table that sort of scuttled my confidence in that due diligence, I'd be the first to state it. But I am not going to support this referral. And I think based on what's before us, I know it's a very difficult question, but the fact that it was late and the fact that we were tired doesn't mean we made the wrong decision. It's going to be late soon here too. We're going to get to something important. What are we going to do? That over again because it's late? We spend a lot of time.
Point of order.
Okay, yes.
Yeah, I'll withdraw that.
That's okay. We have to deal with the point of order. What's your point of order, Councillor Cuddy?
I take personal umbrage, Chair, and Your Worship. Their councillor suggesting that I suggested that we were all tired. It was just late into the evening. I wasn't suggesting, and I don't believe I said, that we were exhausted to the point that we couldn't make a good decision. So I take that very personally, sir, that you would make that suggestion.
No, through the chair. So I appreciate the point of order. I agree that that language should have been used different, and I hear the councillor already, before we even got to the point of order, willing to retract it. And so if you could just confirm that you're willing to retract that piece, do that, and then we can continue with your comments. Is that Counselor.
I guess if we were in court, I could say, read back the transcript so we could hear exactly what he said, but we don't have that benefit right now without spending a lot of time. So I'll just retract it so we can move on.
Thank you, I appreciate
Thank you.
that. You can continue on with your comments. The point of order has been dealt with.
I took that agenda item very seriously, and I just want to leave it at that. And I've heard nothing that has changed my mind on this. And believe me, I'm listening very careful, because I understand that this is one of the most important decisions that this council is going to make, and we have to get it right. And I am particularly impressed with the two-stage process that staff has laid out for us that we're going to go through, which, by the way, it's open to anybody. It's about this particular property, but it's open to anybody. And it's fundamentally fair, and it moves us forward. And everything I've heard in terms of the referral is taking me out into another period of time, and I have to balance the opportunity cost of the delay with the additional information that I think it's reasonable to get. And making that balance, I do not think that it's worth it. So I am going to stick to this staff report. So that's why I'm going to be voting against this, this amendment. Thank you.
Yes, it's, Councilor Rahman, you're next.
Thank you, and through you. I'm just wondering if I can get further clarification for part 3 of this motion. It refers to unsolicited proposals in plural, 1, and 2, I'm wondering if that advice would, the strengths and weaknesses of such proposals would be coming back to us as an in-camera item or would be a public item.
Go ahead.
Thank you, Your Worship, and through you, the members of council. Just to provide clarity on my first comments on this, having not had the chance to look at item III until a second ago, having read the resolution, I want to be clear that this is going to take significant time to do this work. I'll start with that. The second thing is there are elements of this that would be coming back to you in camera, and there would be elements that could come, I suppose, open depending upon the nature of all the work that's being asked, but generally this is a matter that would be resolved or discussed in camera.
Councillor Rahman.
Thank you. And just for clarity again around the motion, what's the difference between I and II as it relates to creation of housing supply versus the conversion of city lands for commercial to residential?
Yeah, that's more to the mover of the motion, I think, than staff. You want on the list? Okay. Go ahead.
The difference, sorry, could the question be repeated again? I thought it was going to staff, so I...
Yeah, for sure. Go ahead.
Sure. In part 3 of the motion, it says suitability for it talks about residential creation of housing supply. So I'm just wondering if that is discussion point for this location, and what's the difference between that and I?
Upon looking at, through you, Chair, through your worship, upon second glance of this, there's probably not a great difference. And I would ask the councillor that if it made a difference in her support of this motion, whether or not they were combined or one was reduced, because they are pretty much close in comparison.
Go ahead, Councillor Rahman.
Thank you, and through you, I want to align my support based on what's in the motion, but I will say that clarity is needed. I'm also not understanding what downtown safety and security it refers to in this motion.
Any further clarification you can give on that, Councillor Cuddy?
No, but again, your worship, if Councillor Rahman had an interest in us amending this part of the motion, we could probably do that.
Yes, go ahead, Councillor Rahman.
Okay, so to me, these items are unclear. And it's important that we provide clarity and direction if we're asking for an alternative motion to be considered here. I don't have alternative language at this point because I hadn't contemplated looking at this differently. Although there are some aspects that I personally am curious about, I don't think that the wording here is clear enough to provide ample direction at this time. So I personally, I'm not going to debate the merits of other parts of things that should have been in front of us, but with this particular motion right now, I'm struggling with the vagueness of what's in front of us and the lack of clarity, as well as the duplication in effort. And I worry that that would extend the time even further because of the lack of understanding. I'm not aware of more than one unsolicited proposal that's been shared publicly. So I'm just wondering why this is now, in my opinion, leading to the idea that we're looking to engage in other unsolicited proposals on this matter. And I wonder what that then opens us up to. And so I'm unclear at this point what I would be supporting if I were to support this, so I won't be supporting it.
Okay, I have Councillor Ferreira next.
Thank you, Your Worship. So yeah, like to the comments already kind of made, you know, my position, as is known, like this is we have a well thought out and vetted plan already before us. And really what we're going to is we're still going through a process that is the procurement process. It's open, it's fair. We're asking for, we're basically saying we have a plan and we're requesting people to come in and tell us, you know, what they can bring to the table and to help us, you know, do this work. And then we're going to pick from there. So we have a very good process going on right now, which is exactly how we're supposed to be doing it. So we can be fair and true on how we do things. A lot of our resources that we've already put into the master accommodation plan, that's been spent, that's been paid for. And that's taxpayer dollars too. I don't see the cost to renovate the Market Tower resulting in a lower cost. And I am very firmly a believer that it's going to be higher, much higher. And we don't have the information on the state of those buildings. We don't have that true information. So we just don't know. And yet we still have this vetted plan where we do know. So without that information and the delaying that we've already heard, that's going to ultimately increase our costs. Even if we don't know the state of the building, we know we delay this, we are going to increase our costs. We're going to increase our costs with more life cycle renewal stuff that we have to do to the building. We're going to increase our costs with more rent. We're going to increase our costs, you know, with more resources that are going to go into the master accommodation plan when we find out that this is the better way to go. And again, that's taxpayer money. So we're trying to not have an impact on the taxpayer. So delaying it right now will make that impact on the taxpayer. You know, and the unsolicited proposal is review. It's a high-level review, and the communications they're high-level reviews. And what is a high-level review? Well, from how I understand it, that's a review of the information that was submitted by the applicant, by the unsolicited proposal. And that high-level review basically means, you know, what was available to them. And I know that that information is not granular enough. It doesn't give us the details that we need. It's just way too little information for me. And it's not vetted. It's not vetted, comparatively speaking, to the master accommodation plan. And again, that goes back on the taxpayer. Are we willing to delay our master accommodation plan and flip the bill on the taxpayer for that any further? I'm not. I think the staff report is really well laid out. We've received actually a whole file share of support or of documents. And they were numerous in the past work that we've done on this. And those details are there. So I am just, you know, I'm not going to be supporting the referral. I want to move forward with the plan that we have. I don't want to put that extra burden on the taxpayer. And I don't want to delay like has been said on this council, probably one of the biggest votes, the biggest projects we're gonna see on this council. I'd also say that, you know, this very room's seen a lot of history. The Queen has walked in here. Lady Jane was in this room. We all started our political careers in this room, I believe. So the best history of London, in my opinion, is in this building. So I think it's very well suited.
Other speakers to the referral and direction to staff? Councillor Pribble, go ahead.
Thank you. And I believe that we have in front of us an opportunity that should be fully evaluated. And I'm going to say what I said at our committee at SPPC last week. I do think we need a proper due diligence of all the facts that are in front of us now, even though we did get it at very late stage. There is a need for the economic impact, and there has to be consideration like for added value and positive, what I call positive domino effect. I will be supporting it. I do see the concerns, you know, in terms of, let's say, the plural, but on the other hand, we do have the date before June 25th. So bottom line is, if there is someone that would like to change it, potentially, that there is a minor change that they would support, I encourage my colleagues to do that, to come ahead with it. But I do believe that there is an opportunity in front of us that needs to be fully evaluated. Yes, maybe, and then we can make the best possible decision when we have all the facts and all the circumstances in front of us. I will be supporting it. Thank you.
Other speakers? All right, seeing none, right now, this is all together. I did hear some colleagues talk at some points about parts they might like, parts they don't. I don't know if there's any request to divide it. It doesn't have to be divided, but it could be. But I'll look to see if there's any interest in that before I call the vote. Okay, I don't see anybody. Yes? Okay, go ahead.
Your worship, I would like to have under the clause C further directed. So we've got, it's not even listed, it's a further direction, sorry. Further direct that the civic administration, and then we've got clause 1 and clause 2 with 3 subclauses to 2. I'd like 2I dealt with separately, or sorry, 2II and 2III, which I don't support.
Okay, so part 2II and 2III, we can deal with separately. Is there anybody who wants it further divided apart? Yeah, go ahead.
Thank you. I'm just wondering if we vote this entirely down, and since there's some duplicate stuff to the staff recommendation, if we vote it all down, can we still go back to the original committee recommendation, even though there's some duplication?
Correct. Yes.
And your worship, just as a point of clarification on my request to pull separately, I would like to deal with 2II and 2III first, because if those in fact pass and are included in the main motion, then that changes my support to oppose on that. So if we can deal with those first, and then if they're included, that changes how I vote on the other motion.
Yes, that's exactly what the clerk and I were just talking about the order that the votes have to make logical sense in. Okay, so the clerk and I generally agree on that 2II and III should be dealt with first, because if they fail, the rest can kind of proceed. It's kind of a tricky one because it could go several ways on this, so we just have to pick a direction to go. But I think, given those are the two pieces that are specifically asked to deal with separately, we can deal with those. I think we can deal with those first. So unless there's objections, we'll deal with 2II and III as the first vote. Okay, I don't see anybody objecting to that. Okay, then if there's no further debate, we're ready to vote on those two pieces. Okay, we'll open that for voting.
Closing the vote, motion fails 4-10.
Okay, so now what's left is the referral and 2I. So the referral of the two pieces of the original staff recommendation, and then the replacement, the number 1 and number 2, just part I. Everybody's good with that? Doesn't need to be divided further? What's left is the top part, so the referrals. So we're referring 2 parts of the original staff recommendation. Remember, we still have to deal with A and the being noted later, but B and C of the staff recommendation are referred, and then civic administration be directed to do number 1 and then number 2I, which is the go out to boards from a broader perspective, and that the action relating to expanding the existing city hall on the adjacent campus lands be deferred until, and then I, which is a review of the conversion from commercial to residential occurs. That's what's left. Okay. All right, so we're gonna do all of that together, the referral and the directions to staff that remain. Okay? All right, I see nods. Okay, we'll open that for voting.
Councillor Lewis, Councillor Trosso. Closing the vote, motion fails on a tie, 7-7.
Okay, that puts us back to the original committee recommendation in its entirety. Nothing referred, nothing added to it. Okay? All right, so that's actually the main motion. I'll ask if there's any speakers who haven't spoken to the main piece yet. Go ahead, Councillor Stevenson.
I'm just going to say I'm not going to be supporting this.
Other speakers to the main? Go ahead, Councillor Hopkins.
Yeah, I just want a little bit of clarity. We're back to the main motion from the committee now? Thank you.
Okay, no other speakers on the main committee recommendation? Okay, then we'll open the main committee recommendation for voting.
Closing the vote, motion carries 9-5.
Okay, that was that item from the committee now dealt with. Deputy Mayor, I'll go back to you for the remainder of the committee report.
Thank you, Your Worship. That leaves item 7, London's Health and Homelessness Whole of Community Response, to still be dispensed with, so I'll put that on the floor now.
Okay, so that's on the floor as per the committee's recommendation. I'll look for speakers on this one. Go ahead, Councillor Stevenson.
Thank you. I will not be supporting this, the same as I voted against at committee, and I won't repeat those arguments. I do want to say I do support the continuation of the no encampments not being permitted in municipal lots 1 and 2 in the Old East Village area and on the streets and sidewalks. I am interested to see what happens with the new proactive enforcement and the rapid, I can't remember what the name of it is, but the rapid protocol. And I really am hoping that as council endorses this and the whole of the community has brought it forward, committing to those 15 areas, that Londoners can really count on that. Obviously, it won't be perfect all the time, but that we will see a consistency amongst those 15 places, that it will look like it is a place where encampments aren't allowed, and that there'll be some problem solving done as to why we've got situations that are recurring, so that we are helping everybody. Because right now, we're moving people who are unsheltered and living in tents in our municipal lots, and we're moving them throughout the day, every day. And that has to be really difficult for them. We're putting our city staff in a confrontational position in those lots where they're having to be that one saying, move along every day. And we're truly not helping the businesses and the neighborhood, because the encampments are there all the time, even though they might be moved slightly or they'll be different. We've had some conversations recently around, are they the same people? Why are they there? How can we provide them the services that they need elsewhere, so that we're not in this sort of lose-lose-lose situation where we're spinning our wheels and really to the detriment of all and our finances. So I'd love to be a part of that. I'm anxious to see what is going to happen there. I'm hopeful the Old East Village BIA general manager is going to be really watching that and playing an active role. And there is an expectation that this business district is going to see something different given this new policy that's been put forward by the whole community system response and likely to be endorsed by council today. So I won't be supporting it, and I am hopeful that it will make a difference in the areas where we are making a declaration here, because I'm also concerned that we're expanding the rules and the expectations about areas that, in the encampments, to say this list of rules that we're somehow going to be able to provide that service when literally it's not happening on the main streets of our downtown or in the municipal lots. So I'm uncomfortable with it. Obviously, I support whatever council does here, and I think my position is clear in most cases.
Other speakers? Go ahead, Councillor Pribble.
Thank you. I will be supporting it, and I do in a situation, and there's another point that will be coming up that I'm going to talk more in detail, which is going to be more accurate towards the point. But one thing I just want to say is my concern, same as last week, the enforcement and communications, I think they will be tremendously important, and I still think that there is certainly room for improvement, and we really have to make sure that when we do the enforcement and there's the communication for the individuals, so they are aware where the possibilities for them and where they could be. I believe we need to be more clear, no doubt. One of the things that I did want to ask the staff, though, if there are any impact of the recommendation on the decrease, because the original proposal was 50 meters. Now we are 100 meters from the property line. And I believe that the 50 meters was potentially not from the property line, but from actually the building. So if the staff could answer to me any in terms of implications of the decrease of this distance. Thank you.
Go ahead. Mr. Diggins? Okay, perfect. Go ahead.
Thank you, Your Worship, and through you. Staff have been able to just do a preliminary review of the distance measurements and these amenities and these indicators that we're measuring against. At first blush, it looks like there will be some significant impacts in terms of restricting where encampments could possibly be located. Again, we preface that with there's a lot of nuance and discretion that goes into this work. So on both sides of the equation, if an encampment is in an area that we would deem to be permitted, but there's activities or there's unsafe conditions presenting themselves, then we would have to relocate that encampment. And likewise, if they're in a location that's deemed not to be permitted, but there is a low risk, it would take us quite some time to be able to get out there to enforce it or remove it, given the prioritization needs. At first glance, it looks like the council parameters that have been recommended would essentially render between 80 and 85% of park space as unusable for potential encampments or no-fly zones. So there is a bit of an impact there that we would have to work through with the folks in the community that operationalize this type of support, and with our CIR folks that would be tasked with upholding council's recommendations.
Thank you for that response. Based on your response, and by the way, I just want to reiterate and again that everyone around the horseshoe in this room, we know the encampments are not the long-term solution and no one is happy about them, but there are certain circumstances that you are in a situation that you look at the best possible solutions at the specific moment. But based on the response that I received, I have one more question for the staff. Based on what you said, would you recommend the change from the property line to the building, or going to the property line and changing it to 50 meters as originally? Any suggestions from the staff? Because we are actually, the reason why I'm saying it is, yes, we do want to make it safe for our citizens, but on the other hand, because of these restrictions, are we going to move these encampments people to actually higher potential issues with the residents? That's the reason why I'm asking this, and I would like us to make the best possible decision. Thank you.
So I'm going to go to the city manager, but I'm just going to preface this with staff did give a recommendation in the original report that came before us, and we changed it. So I don't think staff can say, what do you recommend based on what we did? They could probably talk about the impacts, as Mr. Dickens has, about what we've done, but we had what was staff's suggested starting point for our discussion and their recommendation, and we moved to a different spot. So I don't know if Ms. Datersbear has...
Thank you, Your Worship, to the members of council. That's exactly my response.
Probably could have just let you do it, sorry. Okay, Councilor Pribble.
No, Dio, I don't have any questions right now. Thank you.
Other speakers? Oh, I have Councilor McAllister. Sorry, you're on the list.
Thank you, and through the chair. I did just want to take this opportunity to actually start off by thanking staff, specifically our CIR team. I know this is very difficult work. As a city, as a province, as a country, I mean, encampments is unfortunately just a reality that we're experiencing right now. I've really taken the opportunity lately to engage more on this issue. I know it's an issue I hear a lot about. And I really do feel the frustration from the community. And I just want to kind of express to my colleagues that I do think as a city we are doing our part. I really do. And I fundamentally believe that. And where I see a lot of the failures is, we call this the health and homeless whole of community response. I cannot stress enough the health component, and that we need to really keep pushing on that front. We talk about the revolving door. I've heard a few of my colleagues say, you know, we're just shuffling people. And I hear that. I feel that. My community members, my businesses, they all echo that to me as well. But when you don't have places for people to go, that is a fundamental issue. And whenever we deal with these topics, we have to keep in mind, part of this is building up capacity, not just for our agencies, for city, but it's building the capacity on the hospitals, mental health facilities especially, rehabilitation facilities, that's another one. But the housing spectrum, which was given to us as part of this plan, can't be forgotten either. We're trying to go from a situation where people are living in encampments, which we all agree is not what we want, and I don't think as a society we should ever accept that. But we need to put the resources into the other parts of the housing spectrum to alleviate what people are experiencing. So again, I just want to say I thank staff for the work on this. I know it's difficult work. I appreciate our community partners working with us on this. We are looking for solutions. And with AMO coming up, I would please say, like, this is something we really need to be advocating for at the provincial level. We need these resources. Some of them have been forthcoming. I've seen some very inspiring projects come up. We discussed one of them earlier in terms of what we saw at 46 Elmwood, which is great partnership. So please, let's keep working towards that. I know these are difficult conversations to have, but I don't want to lose hope. I want to keep people at the forefront of this and get them the help that they need. Thank you.
Other speakers? Councillor Trossau.
I'll be exceptionally brief through the chair because I've spoken to this on a couple of occasions. While I did not support some of the amendments at the committee, I'm not going to make an attempt to open these up again. We voted the way we did, and certain representations were made to us by the staff in terms of the flexibility that will be written into this. So I'm going to support this as is, and I also I want to join in thanking the staff. Our staff has been national leaders on this file. Let's never forget that. When we go to conferences, this is what we hear. And I also very much want to thank Greg and Chantal for the excellent work that they did on this. And let's refer back to the wonderful report that they wrote, because they wrote a pretty long report, and we spent all of our time at the SPPC on one page dealing with numbers, and there wasn't a whole lot of attention given to the underlying policy framework and human rights framework and environmental scan of what other jurisdictions are doing when we had that discussion. So I just want to remind people that what we passed, we made changes to one page, but what we passed was a foundational document. And it had a lot of really good information in it that's going to be of use to other jurisdictions. So we should hold that report up high, and we should be very proud of it. And by the way, that report also referred to other documents. That report was very well referenced. And that report spoke about the work of the Federal Housing Advocate, which was incorporated into this report. And I urge, when you have some free time to do some additional reading, perhaps a week where we don't have 1,000 pages right before our meeting, go back and look at some of those documents that were cited in the underlying part, because they're really worth reading. And when people raise with us, when they say, why do you have to have encampments? I think that these foundational documents explain it very well. and there were exhibits that were attached that talked about some of the case law, and there was ample reference, and I love references, there was ample reference to other literature and other reports that we are very consistent with. So I'm happy to support this now, and if it turns out that there's an issue with the enforcement because of the numbers, that can come back to us. But I'm just a hard yes on this right now. Thank you very much.
Thank you. I have myself next on this. I'll hand the chair to Councillor Rahman.
Thank you. I have the chair recognizing Mayor Morgan.
Thank you. I'll say just a few things about this, although it might be a couple of minutes. So I want to add my word of thanks to all those who worked on the document. And I want to acknowledge what Councillor Trosau said about the debate we had and having a discussion and trying to find something that there's a wider support for council on. And I recognize that there is some flexibility around the distances, but given what Mr. Dickens says, there may be some challenges too with implementation. And as we've said with these projects all along, if there are things that are not working, that we as a council are willing to revisit them. So I think we can move forward with this. We'll see how it goes. We'll look at the operational challenges that may occur, and we can make adjustments if necessary down the road to certain components of it. And that goes for all parts of this plan, including the previous strategies that we developed. And this is really the third piece of the three strategies that make up the overall architecture of the health and homelessness response. The Hubs implementation plan, the highly supportive housing plan, and now this plan on encampments, which is really about the contacts with individuals to find them pathways to housing. And one of the most important parts of that document that I was drawn to, that was not debated a lot, was really how we take the interactions with individuals, how they're fed into what is a triage system, and then how we find the right types of housing for them. Up to this point, we've talked a lot about just highly supportive housing and high acuity, but really the engagements on the front lines of encampments are about connecting people with the right types of housing, including all of the work that we're doing on the roadmap to 3,000, the work in London Middlesex Community Housing, our RGI units. All of those pieces play into this strategy because every contact that outreach workers have is an intentional interaction to find people the right type of housing. May not always be available, but we're putting them on that path and preparing them for it. And this is really critical work because ultimately we don't want any encampments in our city. I mean, it's a lofty goal given the constraints that exist within the resources that are available to us, the struggles that other cities are having that are very similar, but it still should be our goal. Everything geared towards getting people properly housed. And so these three strategies can work in partnership now, and I agree with what Councillor McAllister said. This whole of community response does require a whole of government support. Right? And we've seen the way that we're deploying different monies that other levels of government have, but we know that there's a need for more. And I can tell you from the conversations we've had at Ontario Big City Mayors just in Chatham-Kent recently, we recognize that and our advocacy efforts on this are renewed. We see the money that the federal government has put forward for dealing with encampment strategies, and we know that that money needs to come faster, right? Reviewing it by Treasury Board potentially, as Mr. Dickens said he'd heard in September, leads to a challenge getting that money flowing before winter comes. And so there are important conversations to have with the federal government about a very wise investment and how quickly it can actually flow into the hands of those who can deploy it very effectively. There's also the external partners who lead into this strategy as well, and the work that was mentioned about the other components of the community stepping up and supporting with innovative projects like that on Elmwood. These are the types of things that allow us to come together. But ultimately, the big advantage that I see us having in all of this work over other municipalities when I engage with them is we're developing protocols that everybody involved in implementing them, including the city, including law enforcement where necessary and bylaw, including outreach workers, have agreed on a common set of approaches here that we all pull in the same direction. Other communities don't have that. There's very much a patchwork of support happening across the system that is often uncoordinated and sometimes can work against, an overall strategic goal. So having these pieces in place and having everybody kind of agree, even if you don't like every single part of it, to pull in the same direction is an incredibly powerful advantage that we have in meeting the challenges that all of these issues kind of combine to create for a municipality like London. So with that, I'm very supportive of this. I think this is kind of the final piece in an overarching strategy. We've got lots of work to do, but we've got those base pieces in place that we can all agree on as a community to pull in the same direction on.
Thank you. Returning the chair to you, Deputy Mayor, on the list.
Go ahead.
Thank you, Your Worship. I would have gone before you, but you put yourself on the list before you saw my hand up, so now I'm going to have to go after you. I will say I appreciate the spirit that I'm hearing of colleagues, and particularly given the time we spent at SPPC on this, where I didn't have to stand. I appreciate Councillor Trussow not wanting to go through everything again. I will say I also agree with Councillor McAllister in terms of there are some partners who aren't as fully at the table as they need to be. And I would say that's not just the province. I would say that's the federal government too, to some degree. I appreciate some of the funding that has started to flow, but it's not fast enough, and some of the strings attached are cumbersome for municipalities. I would say that applies beyond the government too. I think that applies to the opposition parties who are quick to criticize but aren't really fleshing out any great plans of their own. And again, that is at both provincial and federal levels. I think we hear a lot of criticism, but what else is our options here? And so I will reiterate, I think that London as a community, our staff for sure, but also some of our community partners are punching above their weight here. I think we are actually already doing more than what is, possibly in our jurisdiction. I think we've started to wander into some of the provincial jurisdiction, federal jurisdiction on some things, but we're responding as best we can with the resources we have at hand. And I think where we landed at committee was a place where maybe none of us are completely happy with everything, but we can all live with what we've found a consensus agreement on. So very supportive of sticking with the recommendations that are coming out of committee. I know that will have some challenges as well in terms of implementation. I promise, Mr. Dickens, I'm not going to take my old school meter stick out to a park and lay that down because you do need some flexibility and some discretion on that. And I hope that colleagues will be understanding as those protocols on how we enforce this stand up. There will have to be prioritizations. So I just want to say I recognize that as well. And I'll just end my comments there with I am very supportive of what we came out of committee with. It is not exactly where I would have liked to land either, but I think it's a good middle ground compromise on things.
Any other speakers? Okay, seeing none, then we're going to open what is the committee recommendation for approval.
Motion carries 13-1.
And 3 hours later, Your Worship, that concludes the 11th report of the Strategic Priorities and Policy Committee.
Great, thanks for setting the bar for Councillor Lehman. Hopefully come in under that. And we'll go to Planning and Environment Committee.
Thank you. We will do our best. I'm pleased to put the 10th report of the Planning and Environment Committee on the floor. It's a lengthy agenda. I will have been asked to pull items 6, 13, 14, and 15. Chair.
If you want something else pulled, just speak up. Go ahead.
Steve, your mic.
Sorry.
I would like to ask the chair to take to pull out also 3, which is 2.2. Thank you.
Okay, anything else? Okay, I'll let you put together a motion.
Thank you. I'll move items 1, 2, 4, 5, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 16, 17, 18, and 19.
Okay. Everybody's okay with that grouping? Okay. Those are on the floor, moved by the chair then. Any discussion on those items? Go ahead.
Thank you, Your Worship. I'll just be brief. Thank staff and the applicant for the work that they did on item 9, which is 1806 Avalon. A little bit of infill happening in Ward 2 that I'm really happy to see. And so I'm going to say this now. I'm supporting infill in my own ward, and I'm going to be supporting all the infill in the other wards from this planning committee agenda too.
Okay, anybody else on the general grouping? Okay, then we'll open these ones for voting. It'll just be a minute to prepare that vote. Okay, that should be open now.
Closing the vote, motion carries 14-0.
I'm just going to pause, Counselor. There's a number of items that were pulled from your agenda. I wasn't necessarily anticipating that. It's been 3.5 hours. If we want to take a short break, we could do that before we get into what our colleagues have pulled potentially for debate and discussion. It's probably better to do that before rather than see how long these items go. So if you're looking for, and this is just a break right now, and 10 minutes, 15 minutes, 10? 10-minute break, everybody's okay? So someone move that then. Councillor Cuddy moves, Councillor Stevenson seconds. All those in favor for a 10-minute break? Any opposed? All right.
That motion carries.
Okay, thank you. Please be seated. All right, Councillor Lehman, we're in your committee report here, so we'll go back to where we left off as you bring the items forward.
Thank you, Chair, and I will put item number 3, 2.2, the Planning, Development, and Building Monthly Housing Update for 2024 year-to-date on the floor.
All right, this is on the floor, moved by the chair. Any discussion? Go ahead, Councillor Pribble.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Just, Thank you, through the chair to the staff. We had some discussions about this monthly update, and I was very happy to hear that we are working, our staff is working on an improved reporting system, which is great. I just wanted to reiterate again that there was some fantastic data collected over the years, and I hope that we are going to keep this important data so we can really do the study comparison analysis based on year. So there was the comment I wanted to reiterate from the last meeting. I don't know if the staff has any comment to my request. I would appreciate it. Thank you very much.
Go ahead, Mr. Mathers.
Through your worship, yes, we will be maintaining all of that building data that we've always had. What we're going to be moving to is a more prompt monthly report, which is a condensed amount of information, and then 4 times a year we'll have that more detailed information available, and eventually be moving so that will actually be all available on the website, so it'll be even we'll be able to provide it even more quickly to council and to the public.
Go ahead.
Thank you very much. I have no more questions. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Any other questions on this one? Seeing none, we can open this item for voting.
Closing the vote, motion carries 14-0.
Go ahead, Chair.
Thank you, and I will put number 6, which is 2.4 regarding the heritage alteration permit application for 332 St. James Street on the floor.
Okay, that's on the floor. I'll look for any comments. Councillor Hopkins.
Yes, Your Worship, I asked for this one to be pulled. I will not be supporting the recommendation to allow for, I guess, the vinyl material on this application for a heritage alteration permit. It is a conservation district. I'm starting to see more and more of these one-offs to allow for the vinyl to be used. And I really strongly feel that if we want to support this direction, that we should start to change our policy. I don't think it's fair to the other residents in the area that adhere to the heritage alteration permit and that process and our policy. So I will not be supporting this.
Okay, any other speakers? Deputy Mayor Lewis.
Thank you, Your Worship. So first, I think it's very, very important for council to acknowledge and recognize we've already provided direction to our staff to come back with a new policy allowing for composite and modern materials to be used for heritage restoration. We heard very clearly at committee that the owner of this property has already had to replace this front porch material 3 times because the quality of material today is not the quality of material that it was 40, 60, 80, 100 years ago. So if we want to avoid demolition by neglect on heritage properties, we need to recognize that we need to allow homeowners more flexibility in how they maintain these properties. It is about the character, not about the materials at the end of the day. I've said this before and I'll say it again, the restrictions that we've put on property owners because of heritage conservation districts has convinced me that I will never support the approval of another heritage conservation district in this city for as long as I'm on council, because we are preventing, under our current policies, property owners from making the necessary repairs in an affordable way, in some cases, to maintain what is called a character. Not that the buildings themselves necessarily have the designation, but just to retain the character of a neighborhood. And I'm not going to impose that kind of financial penalty on homeowners. This was recommended by committee, and until the policy comes back, that is absolutely the reason council has to recognize that we've already got the policy in redevelopment. We cannot hold up homeowners unfairly when we've heard from staff that this may be 8 months, 12 months, even 2 years to get back because of other priorities we've put on them with regard to our housing goals and those sorts of things. So I cannot emphasize strongly enough how important it is the council exercise its ability to, notwithstanding the staff recommendation, approve this in recognition of the fact that we are already updating these policies. Because your other option is to encourage further demolition by neglect on heritage properties. That is the bottom line, and so I encourage all colleagues to support this.
Councillor Trossau.
Thank you very much. If I may, through the chair, ask the staff to reiterate their recommendation and what the reasoning was for it and how that fits with this change that the deputy mayor was speaking about.
Go ahead.
Thank you. Through your worship, the staff recommendation was for refusal, given that the type of material wasn't necessarily in character with the heritage requirements. Having said that, we are reviewing the policies in terms of what the nature of the vinyl material or other alternative material, and it's on our work program for Q2 2025.
Thank you. Could someone either on your heritage staff or yourself explain how something like the type of material rises to the level of being a heritage issue?
Through your worship. Thank you. Through your worship. These are identified features as part of specific requirements under the Heritage Conservation District.
And it would, and further, it would be necessary to amend. It would be necessary to go back and amend that to change the operative rules on this. Is that right?
Go ahead.
Thank you. Through your worship. Yes, that would be the case. However, may need some legal advice here. We've had some requests for possible changes to Heritage Conservation District, and that would open up the whole document, and there's case law related to that. So there's elements that we need to be mindful of, and as these are through the Ontario Heritage Act.
Right, and that's again through the chair, and that fuller review would go through a process and would come to council, and we would be reviewing other elements of this particular heritage district.
And that's through the chair. Go ahead.
Thank you. Through your worship, yes, that's correct, and there'd be an amendment to the bylaw.
Councillor Trossau.
Well, thank you. That exhausts my questions, and for those reasons, I'm going to be joining Councillor Hopkins. I thought the letters that we received from Ms. Whaley and Ms. Toski were very persuasive, and for that reason, and for the reasons that Councillor Hopkins put forward, this is the framework that we're operating under now, and I think it's only fair that we stick to it. And if this council is going to get to the point where we stop having new heritage districts or we amend the ones we have, then we'll deal with that when that comes to the table. But for today, I'm going to be voting no on this. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. I have no other speakers to this matter. And seeing none, we're going to open it for voting.
Closing the vote, motion carries 12-2.
Go ahead, Councillor.
Thank you. Moving on to number 13. This is regarding 735 Southdale Road West.
Okay,
I'll put that on the floor.
Yeah, thank you. That's on the floor by the chair. I'll look for any comments. Go ahead, Councillor Hopkins.
Yeah, thank you, Your Worship. This is a development in my ward, and I will not be supporting the committee's recommendation. And I'll give you a number of reasons why I would encourage you not to support the committee's recommendation, but to support staff's recommendation. And I'm going to start off with the recommendation that we have now is to allow for a 12-story building, 231 units per hectare. And I'm going to come out and say right off the bat, I am not opposed to intensification. We do have policies in this area that allow for 6-story. The recommendation from staff is to go back, have the conversations around up to 9 stories with 120 units per hectare. I think that's fair. And I'm going to start off with 4 reasons why we should support staff's recommendation. The first reason we should do that is when it comes to the rezoning of the wetlands and the natural heritage system in this area. Staff were present at planning to answer any questions that the committee had. And there are 3 wetlands. One is being moved to another location to allow for a future road in this area. There are 2 other wetlands in this area. And our policies, when we assess the wetlands, do say that we need a net gain here when we do these things. And it is really, really important that we understand that process, we do that process before we put in such an intense development. If the wetlands are not to be removed, we do need that 30-meter buffering, not the 20-meter. So moving on to the setbacks, and it was suggested, and a committee member spoke about the setbacks that were, I think, around 48. I'm not sure of that, 48 meters of that number to the north, but that were substantial enough of a setback. But what I think is really more important that the committee did not speak about was the shadow study that was presented, and the shadowing on the residential properties to the north in the winter months are there. I think it's very, very important that when you are living in shade, shade just doesn't appear 1 month. It's a gradual increase and then a decline. The next reason I want to talk about, so that's the setback to the north. I want to speak to the setback to the south. We have residential properties. The request is around 20 meters. Is that sufficient for a 12-story apartment building? That is going to create a bit of intensity for those residential properties to the south. The other third point is around the servicing. So there's no municipal sanitary sewers in this area adjacent to this land, and what is allocated is not sufficient. There is a holding provision, but is that enough for the development to the south, those residential properties along Old Garrison that may be affected by alternatives to accommodate this development when it comes to the sanitary sewers? I think that's a big unknown question, how that is going to work. And the fourth reason, and to me it's the most important reason why we should support staff's recommendation, is that the public is unaware of the major changes in this zoning application. As you can see from the letters, they may not like increased heights and in density, but they trust us to represent our policies and our long-term planning for this area. So I would encourage this council to support staff's recommendation. Thank you.
Deputy Mayor Lewis.
Thank you, Your Worship. So I'm rising to speak to this because I think it's important that a council actually get some clarification of what was just said. First of all, on the 20-meter setback, that's not 20 meters from the wetland. The wetland setback is in fact 30-meter buffer as required by our policies, not 20, and that is right there in black and white in the recommendation. And when we talk about residential lands to the south, there are no residential properties occupied to the south. Right now, it is a vacant field that is zoned for future residential development. Any homeowner buying a property in that residential area would already know, if we approve this zoning today, what is coming to the north of them. So let us please not talk about properties that don't exist in terms of the impact we're going to have on them. That zoning is there is one thing. That people are actually living there, occupying built dwellings is another, and that is not the case with regard to this application. It's also, and through you, Chair, I want to ask a very clear, succinct question with staff, because we heard the public doesn't know what's happening there. Through you to our staff, was the applicant's 12-story proposal what was circulated on the public notice?
Go ahead.
Thank you. Through your worship, yes, that's correct. The public notification included 12 stories.
Go ahead.
So to say that the public doesn't know what's happening, that is actually the information that they got delivered to them in the notification, that the applicant was proposing 12 stories. The only place that 9 stories was proposed was by our staff as an alternative to the 12. That was not circulated to the public until it appeared as a recommendation on the public agenda. It was not in the public notice that went to people's homes. We also heard very clearly from the applicant that, like we have done with other projects in the past, and I'm not talking about this council, I'm talking about successive councils before, if we restrict it to 9, then what will happen is nothing will be built here and it will remain a vacant piece of land on Southdale Road, a primary arterial corridor in our city. So, for those reasons, the fact that the public is fully aware that the 20-meter setback on the rear yard is not actually abutting existing residential properties, and that the 30-meter buffer from the wetland, which is actually on another proponent's property to the south, are all respected in terms of the regulations in this bylaw. So I really encourage you to support this. It is an arterial road, it is more infill, and the objections that were raised actually are not accurate in terms of what is existing on the site today. Yes, there are holding provisions on the sanitary sewer service, which is what we have on any number of applications. We impose H provisions because you cannot get that holding provision lifted until you can provide proof that the sanitary service exists to meet your needs. So it is enough. A holding provision is a legal tool to prevent overcapacity in the sanitary sewer system. So that, again, is not a reason to say no to this. In fact, it's a reason to say yes, because we have the proper checks and balances in place. Thank you, Your Worship.
Other speakers? Councillor Trosa.
I wasn't going to speak to this, but it did pique my curiosity a little bit. The question I want to ask specifically is this argument that if we just go by the staff report, which is what they're entitled to, they're not going to build, therefore we should give them what they want because we want them to build. Is that a valid policy argument? I'm trying to sort out how that fits in with how this council is supposed to be evaluating staff reports.
I don't know if I want to put, I'm not, Councillor, that's a very awkward thing to ask. Staff gave the recommendation. Council is allowed to make a different recommendation. So, like, we know what staff's recommendation is on the file. Like, we don't have to drag them back into what is a decision that we can make on this. Everybody can read the staff report. So if you've got a question that isn't, the way you frame the question sounds like you want them to try to argue against another member of council who's making a case. We can all argue, we can debate each other. The staff recommendation is very clear in the report. The committee took a different direction. We don't have to support the committee's direction. We can vote that down and go to the staff direction. We have all the options before us, and we have the items that we can weigh in our decision. So I don't mind you asking the question to staff, but I want you to be cautious about trying to drag them into a discussion that we can have on a difference of opinion on how to move forward. Their recommendation is very clear. I don't expect them to say anything different than what they've already said. But I hope you respect them. Just trying to not to let you drag them in.
In that case, I think I'm just going to leave it at this. I'm going to support the staff report. And once again, I'll be joining Councillor Hopkins in voting no on this application.
Okay. Other speakers? Oh, Councillor Lehman, go ahead.
Yeah, I just wanted to further put into context committee's information following up on the Vice Chair of Planning Committee and also Deputy Mayor. There were concerns by the property owner to the south of this development because they were planning at the time for single-family, low-density homes, and they had concerns over the infrastructure beneath the ground. But since then, we were advised that the property owner to the south has now changed to looking at medium density, and there has been discussions with both property owners on how sewage and water mains can be achieved, and he no longer has any concerns with this particular application or the changes to it.
Any other speakers? Councilor Van Meerbergen.
Well, I think Councillor Lehman has addressed some of it. I'm just a little bit concerned when it appears that there was only 735 Southdale West was only allocated 75 units per hectare as this area developed, and now they're looking at 230 or so units per hectare using the same trunk sewer. Maybe I could just ask staff: is this an area of concern? Is this or is this something that can be worked out?
So I think that's a fair question on the servicing capacity piece, so I'll go to staff.
Thank you, Your Worship. There are some concerns related to the ability of the downstream infrastructure to accommodate this density, even with upgrades to the parcels immediately to the south. The holding provision would be in place until the applicant demonstrates to our satisfaction that servicing can be accommodated.
Go ahead, Councillor Van Meerbergen.
Okay, so there'll be a holding in place. All right. Okay, thanks very much.
Any other speakers to this? Okay, so what's on the floor is the committee's recommendation, so we'll open that for voting.
Closing the vote, motion carries 12-2.
Go ahead, Chair.
Thank you. And I'd like to put 14, 3.8 regarding 323 Oxford Street West, 92 and 825 Proudfoot Lane on the floor.
Okay, I'll look for speakers on this one. Go ahead, Councillor Trosa.
Thank you very much, and through the chair, I do want to ask a few questions about this. And I won't repeat all of the questions that I asked at the planning committee. Some of them were answered, but the overriding question that I want to get a better sense of, there are 6 different holding provisions here, if I understand it. Can you give me, and I ask this question a lot, can you give me an estimate, a reasonable estimate as to at what point in time do you think these holding provisions will be satisfied? What is the general time frame we're looking at here for the removal of the holding provisions?
Go ahead.
Thank you. Through your worship, with holding provisions, it allows for development to proceed as applicants can demonstrate servicing or other attributes that are needed for the development. It could be as soon as a year, it could be longer, depending on the applicant's motivation.
And we know through the chair, through a question that I asked earlier this evening with respect to the Civic Works Committee, that there is one, that this is tied in with the successful completion of the Mud Creek project, and that is one of them. And I asked the question before about how long that was going to take, and I guess that was a technical question that couldn't be answered. But,
just ask that with your microphone on.
Is there anything else there that you can add to that now?
Thank you, Your Worship. Yes, I did have time to confer with my team about the schedule for the Mud Creek Works. The public works will be done at the end of next construction season, fall 2025. We have not yet seen a schedule for the developer-led works north of Oxford Street. Those would be coming at some point after that.
Go ahead, Councillor.
Thank you. So it's fair to say that even if this is approved tonight, there's not going to be any construction, there's not going to be any building, there's not going to be any issuance of building permits, at least until that time. Is that fair?
Go ahead.
Through your worship, yes, that's a fair statement. However, the planning work can still continue. We can still work through those processes, plans of subdivision, establishing conditions of draft approval, all that work, and possibly site plan.
Okay, thank you very much. So where I am with this as the ward councillor, and this has been the big development in my ward that has really taken a lot of my time, not just in consultation with my residents in Cherry Hill, but throughout the area. And I'm not going to repeat all the arguments I made at the planning committee, and I'm certainly not going to repeat all the arguments that I made with respect to other developments in the area, where I've spoken about my concern about how opening up Westfield and opening up Beaverbrook is going to create a cumulative traffic situation for the 735 Wonderland and also for the 530 Oxford. Those aren't on the table yet. Those aren't on the table today. They have already been decided matters of council. But what I want to point out is that when you add the 3,817, almost over 3,800 units in this development over a period of time, which is going to be 6,000 people, some good number of them presumably having cars. When you add that to the same situation that's going on with these other developments in the area, I just feel as if the transit and the transportation infrastructure is not keeping up with this level of development. And I understand that there's an argument that says if you give the approvals for these, it's going to induce a demand for more transit. And I understand that. And I hope that's right, because I know how this is going to turn out today. I would have liked to have been in a position where I could support this development, because quite frankly, this development has some things about it that I like, a lot more so than the other developments I've been speaking to lately, which I have criticized more absolutely. However, I'm not there yet. I'm troubled by the fact that regardless of some of the language that's been put in the requests to the approval authority, I really would like to see more specificity. And due to the fact that this application preceded the date on which we came under much more strict time guidelines, and due to the fact that in no event is there going to be actual building or permit pulled, permit pulled in the next year, I would really like to see more attention given to these issues. Now, I am not going to put a motion to refer on the table because I know it's going to lose, and I'm not going to take people's time with a motion to refer where we go around the table and talk about that again. I'm not going to do it. And I will ask, as the ward councillor then, for another 5 minutes if I could have that. 4.
Okay, someone has to move that. Someone willing to give an extension 4 minutes, seconded by Councillor Frank. I'm going to do this by hand to save time. All those in favor of a 4-minute extension for Councillor Trousseau? Microphone. I'm just going to call opposed. Just opposed.
That motion carries.
Okay. 4 more minutes.
Thank you. I should get credit for time saved by not trying to do another motion here. But in any event, maybe that should be a rule. So I'm going to be voting against this, and I'm voting against this very reluctantly, because of the applications that I've looked at in my ward. This is the better one. There is merit. There is merit to this, but I think there's still a lot that needs to be worked out. And I don't think we're looking at a situation where we're going to be building in the next year, or frankly, two, from the sounds of it. Now, the fact that we've got 3817 units going in, we've got another 600-700 in the other ones in the Transit Village area, and exactly 0 of those have anything to do with affordable housing. It bothers me. Now, I can't base my opposition just on that, because I realize that the city does not have the legal tools that it would need to require that. But what happens if there's a changing policy while those holding provisions are still in effect? Would we be able to say, well, now we're going to go back and talk about the new affordable housing rules, or would it refer back to the day of this approval? And I think the answer to that would be it would refer back to the date of this approval, as I think that's when it would vest. And that bothers me a little bit. And if I'm wrong about that, maybe I should ask if I have that right.
Go ahead if you got the question. Do you know the question? Yeah? Oh, yeah, you can go ahead.
Thank you, through your worship. Any decision made today would continue. It wouldn't be retroactive.
Yeah, so thank you. The other thing that bothers me about this is I don't yet feel comfortable with the view corridor. I know that there is an instruction, a request, not an instruction. And I appreciate that that's there. I appreciate that the committee put that in there. I would like to see some more substance to that. And the other thing I'd really like to see is more substance with respect to the cumulative traffic study, which is something that I think would come forward as a result of the Civic Works Committee resolution. I'm not at the point where I can support this, and I don't think we would be in any serious jeopardy if we put this off, especially given the intensity of the holding provisions. So basically, I think I'm just going to wrap this up by saying this is a very, very significant project for people who live in the outside of this project, particularly people who live in Cherry Hill, and particularly people who live on the other side in Beaver Brook. The long-term implications of the through traffic, I think this is going to create challenges for traffic, which I think I'm going to be advocating for, and I see the direction this is going in, but I just want to let people know that I, as the ward councillor, cannot in good conscience support this at this point. And it looks like my time is up, so thank you very much.
Thank you. I have Councillor Cuddy next, and then myself.
Thank you. Thank you, Your Worship, and through you. I had the good fortune, Your Worship, to attend the PEC meeting where this development was discussed, and I had a chance to speak at it as well. I'm so grateful that we have developers like the Katz family and the Katz Group that are building projects like this that are environmentally sensitive, that provide green space for citizens and for constituents, that provides pedestrian paths and cycleways. And this development, Your Worship, has it all. And you know, we don't have to go outside of our city to find good developers to do the work for us. We don't have to go to Toronto or other areas of the province. We have them here in the city, and they want to spend money, they want to develop, and they want to build, and they want to grow for us. And the Katz family is a clear illustration of that. The people that you know, they want to do good things for the city, and this development has it all. And you know, I want to harken back to what Deputy Mayor said. The Deputy Mayor said at the PEC meeting. He said, you know, this does protect green space. Sorry, it protects farmland and it retains farmland, and that's something that we have to consider, Your Worship, as we go forward. Because if we don't take advantage of areas that are available to us to build on, we are going to be infringing on farmland, and it is a premium at this point. And we also, as the Deputy Mayor said during the same time at the meeting, you know, we don't want people leaving our community to go to other communities and then come back in during the day to work and to use our services. That's not what it's all about. Also, Your Worship, we need to hit our targets, our housing targets, and this is really a good way to do it. I won't ask for another 4 minutes. In the 2 years that I've been here, I've never asked for a time extension, and I never will in the next 2 years. I'll wrap it up there. Thank you.
I'll make a note of that. Thank you very much. I have myself on the list next, so I'll turn the chair over to Councillor Rahman.
Thank you. I have the chair recognizing Mayor Morgan.
Thank you. I wanted to say a few words to this. I won't repeat some of the other comments. First, I want to say I respect the ward councillor's advocacy for his ward. I think whenever you're in the perspective of being a ward councillor, you've got a different lens of pressure from residents in the neighboring communities who have, expectations and apprehensions about, change in their neighborhoods. And I think the work that he's done on flagging some future concerns with traffic is good, and the motion through Civic Works Committee can take a look at that as well. That being said, once upon a time, Cherry Hill wasn't there, and that's a wonderful community, right? And the Katz family has a history of building wonderful neighborhoods that allow people to experience life in a great way. Surrounded by Cherry Hill Mall and the activities and the programming there, it's been a wonderful part of the city for many people for a long time. And I don't think this development is going to be any different. They may be different partners, it may be phased a different way, but the vision that they have for building a relatively complete community in this part of the city on land that they've owned for some years, I think fits with the vision that the family has already had about being a local family developer who cares about our community. I also want to say it's kind of exciting when we have an opportunity to approve a development that represents about 8% of our commitment to the province of Ontario and our housing target. Now, not all of that may be built under the time frame of our commitment, but to actually be able to have a city where we have the opportunities to take intense residential development, which represents, not a whole bunch of urban sprawl, but to get over 3,800 units of relatively intensified development in a part of our city that can handle it. That's a pretty good opportunity for London to seize. And as was said, the ward councillor has his concerns, but I know that a number of members of council have spoken in support of this, and I think we can mitigate some of those over time. But this is a great opportunity for us to move forward with yet another significant development that helps us get towards that goal. And on the idea of the parts that are affordable, right? I have been very clear that I thought Section 37 of the old Planning Act was a great tool for municipalities to use to try to create bonusing situations to get community benefits. And there was a position that we carved out to say, could you please keep that? Now, the province didn't do that. I don't know if it will ever return one day. But in the meantime, I can tell you what doesn't help the housing situation in London is saying no to intensified development. Like saying, let's not build any units because we can't make every single one of them affordable. And that's not what colleagues are suggesting, but we have to take the opportunities we can. We've got CIP incentive programs that we can look into to try to incentivize through mechanisms that aren't available to us at the provincial level, affordable developments. We continue to partner with not-for-profits and others to build discounted housing. We continue to expand the work at LMCH to build net new units of RGI housing. So there is work we're doing on the affordability side, and although I wish we had some other tools at our disposal, we don't, and this is a great development irrespective of that, because adding to the housing supply certainly starts to alleviate the challenge of the number of people who are coming here who are looking for housing. That being said, I hope colleagues can support this development, and I look forward, although it will be a long time coming, I look forward to the phases of development and the ongoing discussions about the opportunities and challenges in that part of the city, particularly with respect to the development of the mass mobility plan and addressing the transit issues that have been raised through this consideration as well. I think there are opportunities for us to, I think the opportunities are already embedded within the mass mobility plan to address a number of these issues, and we'll have that discussion when that plan is completed and what options are on the table for us to consider. So thank you very much.
Thank you. Returning the chair to you with Councillor Stevenson on the list.
Councillor Stevenson.
Thank you. I just wanted to say a quick thank you to Sam Katz Developments for Londoners' wanting to see more housing in this city. This is a very exciting plan to see. I will be happy to support any solutions to traffic congestion. But in the meantime, this has been a 30-year project, 3,800 residential units with 51% of the 70 acres dedicated to urban green space. And it says the development will generate approximately 76 million in development charges and over 15 million in yearly property tax revenue. So this is very exciting. We are very blessed in this city with some of the amazing developers and the families that we have that are committed to the city. And this is a very, very exciting announcement. I'll be happy to support.
Any other speakers? Go ahead, Councillor Lehman.
Thank you. Yeah, these are the challenges we face as we look to achieve our housing targets through many facets, but obviously a big reliance on infill to mitigate urban sprawl. How we get around the city, is a very challenging thing as we go through not just this infill development, but others that have come through to PAC. Councillor Trossow has every right to be concerned. I've spoken already many times about the traffic concerns that I have on Wonderland Road from Springbank to Sarnia Road, of which part Beaverbrook and Wonderland has been a bottleneck for quite some time now. That's why I made a motion that was approved by council to specifically address this area in the master mobility plan. I'm looking forward to the solutions that are forthcoming. That's why I also was concerned that Oxford and Warncliffe intersection money was removed to account for the rapid transit overruns that we've experienced in the legs that have been voted through. When I looked at this development, I agree with Councillor Cuddy. It's a really good example of good infill. Terrific green spaces, well thought out, plans with wetlands and bike paths, etc. There's access points called for specifically to the west and to the south. So the west onto Wonderland for Beaverbrook and on the south onto Oxford. I did consult with staff to make sure, and the developer, to keep the path forward that we do have an opportunity down the road at some point to an access point to the east on the Western Road, because that could be a potential for, well, transit was mentioned. Who knows what happens down the road. So that's important that we keep our options open to deal with the traffic issues that are not, as was pointed out, not going to rise tomorrow. This is a 20-year project, so this is going to be gradually built up, but they're coming. So this council and future councils will deal with the transportation implications that come from it. That being said, a terrific example of infill, a welcome addition to our movement towards our target of 47,000 homes. So I will definitely support this.
Any other speakers? Okay, seeing none, we're going to open this for voting.
Closing the vote, motion carries 13-1.
Go ahead.
Thank you. Takes us down to 15, 3.9 draft land needs assessment of the London plan. Chair, I've got a small amendment, a housekeeping amendment that has been circulated to council. So I want to know if you want me to make that amendment at this point or wait for discussion.
Yes, so because this is council, we can't just modify the recommendation. So you put the original on the floor, and then you can move the amendment.
Okay, so I'll move the amendment that has been passed around, just to highlight the rationale that the previously considered bylaw inadvertently omitted reference to section 17, bracket 22 of the Planning Act, RSO 1990 CP 13.
Okay, so maybe I'll look for a seconder for the amendment. seconded by Councillor Stevenson. We can deal with the amendment first, and then on the as amended motion, if colleagues want to weigh in on this, that's probably, we could do it there. So just on the amendment to clean up the bylaw with that reference, is there any discussion? Okay, we'll open just the amendment for voting.
Closing the vote, motion carries 14-0.
So mover for the as amended motion.
I'll move as.
I need a second for the as amended motion. Councillor Hopkins. Okay, debate on the as amended motion now. Councillor Frank, go ahead.
Thank you. Yes, I'd like to start off with a couple questions through you to staff. So just to start off, what is the process involved for the land needs assessment moving forward?
Go ahead, Mr. Mathers.
Through the chair, so making the assumption that this resolution moves forward. The next, there's a few different steps, so I'll just go through in a little bit more detail. First step is that there's a number of items here that will require permission from the province, so we would be forwarding that to the province, so that piece would go forward. We'd then begin the engagement, including with our housing supply reference group, just getting commentary and thoughts on our draft land use study. Once that is established, we will bring back, and as well as included in this resolution is the hiring of an economic consultant. So we'd be looking at providing hiring that consultant, working with the housing supply reference group with them, and then bringing back to council the recommendations from that consultant. At that same time that we bring forward, we go through that process, have that consultation, we would bring back to council a final recommendation as far as what the land needs would be, and that would be a specific value or number that we'd be looking at bringing back. That draft value is 450 hectares, but that would be subject to the consultation that occurs. And we'd also bring back that report from the consultant and also the evaluation criteria for deciding on how we would select lands moving forward to be as part of that urban growth boundary expansion. Once that's accepted by council, that would then go back to the province for approval as well. And then we'd start the process of actually looking at the urban growth boundary and making and then where the actual expansions would occur. That's not a consultative process. That's a process that we'd be doing as part of our planning review. We'd then bring that back to a PPM, an official plan amendment, and that would be then it would begin an opportunity for the community to be able to come and speak to it, and also for council to make decisions of where those lands would be, whether they would be included in expansion or not as a part of an expansion. Then that would, for the most part, finalize the process from there.
Councillor Frank.
Thank you, I appreciate that. I'm also wondering how much would the economic consulting cost ballpark, and from where is that funding coming from?
Go ahead, Mr. Mathers.
Through the chair, or through your worship. At this point, we put an estimate at being under $100,000 for that analysis. We'll be working with our friends in finance to be able to determine like a source for that amount.
Go ahead.
Thank you. So it sounds like we have no current location from where the funding's coming from. Yeah. Okay. And then I'm just wondering, in staff's opinion, does this economic consultant replicate any process that council has or staff have already undertaken?
Mr. Mathers.
Through your worship. So we'll be very much looking to try to ensure that there isn't a lot of overlap of the work that the staff has been done in the past. They should be providing some external experiences that they've had in other municipalities. We're really looking at them to provide an an analysis that's beyond what we typically look at as part of the land needs assessment. So of course, there's a couple of components that are included with in this resolution that speak to reviewing land needs, the vacant land inventory, and then as well also reviewing the actual projections that we use. So we'll be asking them to do that, but we're really trying to keep the scope very tight to be able to attend the meetings, really listen to what we're hearing from comments, and then provide that validation of what we're hearing, and then provide a recommendation back to council.
Thank you. Those are all my questions, and I appreciate that from staff. I want to make a couple comments, and then I'm actually going to ask to have item E pulled to vote separately from the direction from committee. Again, I'm fine with the Housing Supply Working Group reviewing the information, but I want to remind folks that, of course, staff and council get feedback from the Housing Reference Group. We don't get direction from it, and I do think some of the comments we heard at PEC indicated differently. And I don't want to be in a situation, I'm glad that staff were able to walk us through that. All of the applications will be coming through, we'll be using staff's evaluation and metrics, and that will be coming to council, because I don't think that we want to be going through a process where developers are lobbying for specific parcels of land, because it needs to be very clear to the public what criteria we're using to evaluate and bring them in from the outside the urban growth boundary. I personally agree and trust with staff's numbers within the vacant lands inventory, and I actually would prefer no new land be added to the urban growth boundary. But understanding that staff have clearly, transparently, and effectively already outlined how they arrived at 450 hectares of land, which is also, by the way, essentially the size of Byron. They've already made those analysis and provided us with a number that I feel very confident in. And they won't be including any natural heritage lands in that 450 hectares, so that would be straight developable land and meeting the 25-year horizon. So I'm going to vote against section E. I think, like I said, staff have already done a thorough job. Of course, some of the rationale for having another review of this is essentially, in my opinion, a way for developers to lobby for more land to be brought into the urban growth boundary, essentially because it would increase the value of their property. Of course, the development community would like to see more land open up for the urban growth boundary because of the benefits economically. But to put it simply, staff are using density numbers that are higher than developers would like. Developers are asking for lower units per hectare than what our staff are using in both the vacant lands inventory and in the lands needs assessment. But our staff are using numbers based on recent historical trends, including the facts that are actually highlighted in the letter that was submitted by councillors, that townhouses are more prevalently going to be the new starter home, and that we're seeing more and more medium and high density building, and that staff are future planning to align with our intensification targets. And based on letters and communication from developers, they disagree and therefore want to have lower units per hectare, which requires more land and therefore a larger amount of land to be brought into the urban growth boundary. And in my opinion, that's a clear pecuniary interest. I know developers are doing good work building homes for future Londoners, and I appreciate that work. But I think, as always, council needs to find the balance here. I'll add that the target for 47,000 new homes, as foisted on London by the province, is a lofty target that looks really good for voters. But that actually is not based on what a community's ability to build is. And in my opinion, we can't use it as an excuse to sprawl because people want to have more low-density homes. I was really happy actually just at that previous conversation where the mayor and some members of council talked about the negative impacts of urban sprawl, which is why they're supportive of the ESAM development. We know that low density in our communities is actually not ideal. The lower the tax income, the harder it is financially for the city to service those areas. The harder it is for us to pay for things like roads, police, schools, and libraries and more if we have a lower tax base. And we already struggle, in my opinion, to service all our new neighborhoods and subdivisions effectively. So I don't really need this review because I think staff already have the correct number. And finally, staff are busy enough. We always say this, but I don't think they need another report to work on and bring back to council, especially one that, in my opinion, staff have already done the work. We already have the answer. We have the analysis, and I think we need to move forward in this area, so I don't really want to waste time and taxpayer money on these kinds of reports. Thanks.
Thank you. Deputy Mayor Lewis.
Thank you, Your Worship. So while I agree with some of what Councillor Frank said, I disagree with what some of Councillor Frank said as well. But I'm rising actually to start by taking this opportunity to share that On Friday, while I was acting mayor while you were away, I had the opportunity to attend the Upper Thames River Conservation Authority's lands need strategy engagement session out at the Upper Thames River Conservation Authority. And so I want to use this opportunity to share with Mr. Mathers and Ms. McNeely and the rest of our team that Ms. Annett at Upper Thames actually had noticed this motion and actually would very much like to be part of the Housing Supply Reference Table meeting talking about the vacant land strategy or the vacant land inventory as well, because there was some acknowledgement that some of the lands that we might be counting for development may actually be subject to some Upper Thames River floodplain restrictions that would actually prevent development on some of those lands. So they'd like to be part of that conversation so that they can be helpful in identifying where we may have actually counted land that is not going to be available for development anytime soon. So I think that that was helpful, and I wanted to use this opportunity to pass along that message. I know you don't need further direction to include them, but if we can extend the invitation to Upper Thames, that I think would be valuable in terms of the vacant land inventory. Because where I disagree most with Councillor Frank is that I think that we have not counted the vacant land quite as accurately, and I don't mean that as a strike against staff in any way, shape, or form, but I think that there is a lot of land that is just not viable. I've had the industry tell me as much as 7,000 units is being counted that might not be able to be built. Whether that is an accurate number or not, it's a big number. So even if it's 3,000 that can't be built, that's a big variance from what we're counting right now. So I think we do need to take a look at that. And I do think that we do need the economic analysis piece from the third-party consultant, because that's the one piece that when our staff are looking at these numbers is not within their wheelhouse to consider, is how the economics of these things and the pro formas on builds and things like that play out, and where if we get an economic opinion, then we can get a better sense of how accurate the vacant land inventory numbers may be as well. You know, I'm rarely on it anymore, but most of the time I go on Twitter, it's to see what Mike Moffat is saying about housing, because he's actually a very, very interesting person to follow there. And I see some of the conversations that he has online about having land in your inventory is one thing, but if it's not land that's readily available for development and can't be unlocked easily, that it perhaps is creating a false impression that land is available, and in fact it's not. So in some of those aspects where I think we can have, and of course Mr. Moffat is an economist from the Ivy School of Business, so that kind of thing carries some weight with me in terms of how we take a look at these realities. So while we're looking at things from a planning perspective, I think there is a fiscal financial impact in the industry that needs to be balanced as well in terms of the kind of lands we're identifying, not just for residential, because ultimately an urban growth boundary expansion is going to look at industrial land, commercial land inventory, although based on the commercial vacancies we have downtown, I don't think we need any more of that right now. But I do think that we'll be probably looking at some industrial land to be added too. So I would encourage colleagues to support this and look forward to what comes back in reviewing this from both the planning perspective and the economic impact analysis on that.
Councillor Hopkins.
Yeah, Your Worship. First of all, I'm going to start off with a question with the recommendation coming from the committee. Can we pull certain, I'm looking at D, if we can pull that, and I'd like to speak to that as I do not want to be supporting that. Not sure how that falls in line with procedure going forward, but maybe that's my first question.
Okay, so I know Councillor Frank wanted E separate, so I don't see any objections with that. So you want D separate?
Yes, and if I can speak to it.
Yeah, let me just have a quick look at D first before you speak. Okay. I'm going to ask Mr. Mathers or his team, if D, which could be voted on separately, were defeated, is there something else that needs to go in there, or is it kind of a standalone piece? It would revert back to something that we would use anyways, right? If you could just answer on the microphone, then I can make the decision.
Through your worship, if that was defeated separately, it wouldn't necessarily be a problem because we're going to likely, because we know that the new provincial policy statement is the draft has this language of using this, we'll be running that scenario anyways. But for the purposes of this, it was just to get that opinion from the economic consultant. So if this was defeated, we could still move forward.
Yeah, so the answer is yes. We'll figure out a way to separate it then. So you can go ahead and speak to it now.
Thank you. And the reason I won't be supporting D, if E does go forward, I won't be supporting D, definitely not. And I don't want to separate D. I understand that the 2023 Ministry of Finance population projections basically will be the standards going forward. I understand that piece. That isn't my concern. My concern is that if we are going to go through a consultation review and spend the money, I don't see why we need to really report back to the Housing Supply Reference Group. I'm a little bit concerned about that. If we're duplicating, if we are creating more work, I do think we need to move forward with this draft plan. So I would like to pull D. Thank you.
Okay, I'll figure out how to do that. I'll look for other speakers though first. Okay, just give me a second to organize the votes. Okay, I think what we're going to do is we're going to do E first, then we're going to do D, then we're going to do everything else for the voting. But we're not going to debate them again. So last chance to kind of debate generally. We're just going to do votes at this point. Okay. Okay, so first up, I'm going to use the same mover and seconder if everybody's okay with that. Maybe, let me just see who it is. Okay, yes, Councillor Lehman, Councillor Stevenson, you're good with kind of moving and seconding all the pieces? Okay. So we use you throughout, and we'll go with just E first, and we'll open that for voting.
Motion carries 9-5.
Okay, and now we'll prepare D. We're going to do D next. Okay, everybody looks ready, so we'll open D.
Closing the vote, motion carries 12-2.
And now we'll move to the entire remainder of the clause. Okay, we'll open that for voting.
Closing the vote, motion carries 13-1.
Okay, although it pains me to say it, I'm going to need a motion to extend past 6 o'clock. We've got enough agenda left that we have to do that. Deputy Mayor Lewis, Councillor Cuddy, any debate on that? No? Okay, we're gonna open that for voting in the system.
Councillor Hillier.
You're muted, Councillor Hillier.
Sorry, it said draft needs assessment. It didn't say extension.
It's just attached to that item. So if you open the
I'm
actual
sorry.
vote, it's just the extension. It just has to be attached to something in the agenda.
Closing the vote, motion carries 14-0.
Okay, Councillor Lehman.
And that concludes the 10th report, planning.
All right, 11th report of Corporate Services Committee. Councillor McAllister, go ahead.
Thank you, and through the chair, pleased to present the 11th report of the Corporate Services Committee. Hopefully it's a short one. I have not been advised of anything to be pulled, but I'll look to council if anyone does want anything pulled.
Just number 5, because Councillor Cuddy declared an interest on that at the start, so we'll do that separate.
Okay, number 5 will be
Okay, does
pulled.
anybody else want anything else there separate? Okay, I'll let you make a motion then.
Okay, I'll move items 1 through 4 and 6, excluding 5.
All right, any discussion on those items? Seeing none, we'll open those for vote.
And Councillor Cuddy, this does not include 5.2.1.
I'll vote yes.
Thank you. Closing the vote, motion carries 14-0.
Go ahead, Councillor McAllister.
Okay, I'll put item 5 on the floor.
Item 5 is on the floor. Any discussion on item 5? Okay, seeing none, we'll open that for voting.
Closing the vote, motion carries 13-0 with 1 recuse.
Councillor McAllister?
That concludes my report. Thank you.
Great. Everybody take notes from Councillor McAllister on how to do that. 8th report of the Community and Protective Services Committee. Councillor Ferreira, your turn.
Thank you, Chair, and through you, I'm pleased to present the 8th report of the Community and Protective Services Committee, noting I have not received any declarations of interest, and I have received 1 pull request from Councillor Pribble. Item 5, 2.4, Housing Stability for All Plan 2023 updates. So I would be willing to move items 1 through 4 and 6, excluding 5.
Okay, does anybody want anything else there dealt with separately? Okay, so you're going to move 1 through 4 and item 6 together?
Yes, through you, 1 through 4 and item 6.
Okay, any discussion? Go ahead, Deputy Mayor Lewis.
Thank you, Worship. I just want to take a moment to recognize the great work that Youth Opportunities Unlimited does in our community. We're looking at a new project clean slate agreement with them here. While they're doing a great job in the downtown, I wanted to share that we've been impressed with the work that they're doing through this program with the city, that the Argyle BIA is actually pursuing an agreement to have a satellite version of this program in our BIA to employ a couple more at-risk youth and give them some on-the-job experience and some work opportunities there based on what I was able to share about this program from council to the BIA. So This is an example of a program that's worked really well where it's been used, and we're going to take it and micro-size it for Argyle and put it to use out there too.
Go ahead.
Thank you, Your Worship. I'd like to make some comments too on item 3, 2.2, renovation license and the relocation.
Yep, go ahead.
Bylaw. So, oh, sorry. So, you know, I'm just wanted to look to staff and say thanks again for the great work that you do and turning that around so fast. And, you know, just some information just from me and my conversations from my constituency. I have had many conversations, I should say, just with people with respect to exactly this, their fear of losing their housing for various reasons. I've had conversations with people literally crying on the phone with kids, worried, and just going back to them and just speaking with them when we had this, this motion and this work at CAPS. I saw a lot of relief, and a lot of people are very happy with this. We've had a couple of, one big item today that we spoke to. This is another very huge item. It's very strategic. It's right on the line between housing and homelessness, and it also pulls those strings with affordability too. So from my constituency, and I can speak just from the people that I spoke to and from what I know, very grateful to see something like that and to see this. And this is, I myself am very happy to see it. So this is a good day. Thank you.
We've inspired others to speak. Councillor Cuddy and then Councillor McAllister, and then I'm going to speak.
Thank you, Your Worship, and through you, and I just want to thank Councillor Ferrer for his comments. And I want to remind everyone around this horseshoe that it was only a year ago in May that this renoviction issue began in my ward, in Ward 3 and on Webster Street, and the work, the tireless work that Mr. Kotolik and his staff have done is admirable. And I want to thank everyone for all of the work they've done and how quickly, as Councillor Ferrer said, how quickly this has come to fruition. And I look forward to the final passing of this later this year. Thank you.
Councillor McAllister.
Thank you. In the interest of time, I'll be very brief. I just want to echo the sentiments of my colleagues. Big thanks all around staff and colleagues for supporting the renovictions. It's definitely an issue I hear a lot about, and I'm happy to see that move forward. And I also want to acknowledge in terms of Councillor Rahman, Councillor Ferrari, your letter in terms of the CPKC flame train, as I like to call it. I was happy that I believe there was conversations that happened at FCM as well. So I'm happy that those conversations have been had and that we will get an update in terms of our emergency management. And shout out to our fire department in terms of their quick response. So thank you.
Turn the chair over to Deputy Mayor Lewis.
Thank you. I have the chair, and I recognize Mayor Morgan.
Yes, I'm just going to make a brief comment on the last item that Councillor McAllister touched on. I'm going to thank Councillor Rahman for her work in Calgary, where she arranged a meeting for myself and representatives from CPKC, where we met as a group to discuss some of the concerns that we had, as well as the further request for reimbursement, to which immediate communication with our staff occurred. And I just wanted to recognize the productive conversation that we had with CPKC. I appreciate their openness and engagement on this issue, and willingness to engage on the cost recovery nature of it too. And again, thank you to Councillor Rahman for initiating and setting up that meeting. I was happy to be a part of it, and I appreciate her advocacy on this.
Thank you, Mayor Morgan, and I will return the chair to you with no one else on the speakers list at this time.
Okay, then we'll open these items for voting.
Closing the vote, motion carries 14-0.
And thank you, Chair. Through you, I will now put item 5, 2.4, Housing Stability for All Plan 2023 update on the floor.
That's on the floor from the chair. I look for speakers. Councillor Pribble.
Thank you. And I just want to state, we all know that this is an incredibly challenging portfolio. We all know that the decisions or they will not happen and results will not happen overnight. But I want to really stress this report. We have here over 100 initiatives over the last 4 years. There's been some great work, information, and data provided. And I do want to thank the staff for not just completing this, but honestly, some of these numbers are very positive. And what I like about it is when I look at the 2023, 2027 implementation plan, it's transformed into the next 4 years. It makes sense. And I really want to thank you for that, because again, I believe we are truly on the right track. I also want to thank you for the updated spectrum of the housing, which I think, again, makes sense and is tailored to our needs, the triaging. And besides this, I do have a couple of specific questions. And for the first one is, in the implementation plan for 2025, by the way, I think I said 23, I'm in 24 to 27. But the targets for 2025, some of them are TBA, to be announced, to be decided. Do you have right now any timeline? When do you think you'll be providing to us the targets for 2025?
Go ahead, Mr. Dickens.
Thank you, Your Worship. And through you, the update to the next multi-year housing stability action plan has actually been put on a bit of hold by the Ministry of Municipal Affairs and Housing while we await further direction. They've asked us to sort of sit tight and wait. So we expect that once we get an indication of where they want to see the next multi-year strategy go, we'll have a better understanding of whether they're prescribing certain metrics and targets or whether they map out for us a timeline. That timeline will then trigger for us to do some community engagement, some sector consultation, and then formulate that plan, which will include those targets and metrics. So to answer your question, we're unsure yet. We're still waiting for direction from the province on the next iteration of the Housing Stability Action Plan.
Go ahead.
Okay, thank you for that. By the way, I don't know if I mentioned it, but thank you for including the status and the updated column in this report. I have last question, and the one is on page 63, and it's actually initiative 4.2. And I was just curious, when we look at the actions and the percentiles increasing in this level, what do you believe, or what is the kind of the work behind it that these both cases and percentiles are on such a rise? (4.2) Use data to drive decision-making to respond in real time to the housing stability needs of individuals and families, which is actually positive. I was just curious. Thank you.
Go ahead, Mr. Dickens.
Thank you, Your Worship. Through you, part of the data-driven metrics and that ability to use data to make decisions and drive some of the work is through the continuous onboarding of more organizations through HIFIS and actually creating more reliable data in HIFIS. So the more people that use it, the more often it's updated, the more we're able to generate new custom reports, allows us to be more specific in the data-driven decision-making. The other component of that is our CRM system here at the city, which allows us to collect even more data sets and more data points, which then formulate some of the planning work that happens. So we will continue to prioritize the access to data as we move forward.
So thank you for that. I have no more questions, but again, what I started with, there's a lot of great data, information, and work behind it. I do know that it's not a sprint, there's going to be a marathon run, but as I said, I really believe you're on the right track, and thank you.
Thank you. Any other speakers? Okay. Seeing none, then we'll open this one for voting.
Councillor Trusso. Indicating a vote of yes. Closing the vote. Motion carries 14-0.
Okay. Good, Councillor Ferreira? All done?
That completes the 8th report of the Community and Protective Services Committee. Thank you.
Great. Second report of the Audit Committee. I think Councillor Stevenson, you're presenting this.
Yes, thank you. I'm happy to present the second report of the Audit Committee. I haven't been asked to pull anything, so unless one of my colleagues would like something pulled, I am happy to put the whole report forward.
Anybody want to pull anything from the audit agenda? No? Go ahead and make a motion.
All right, so I'd like to move the entire report then, 1 through 5. And I'd also like to say thanks to staff because that's an incredible amount of work and a long process. And so thank you for all of that and managing all of the parts and pieces that are involved there.
Great. Any comments on the Audit Committee report? Okay, we'll open that for voting.
Closing the vote, motion carries 14-0.
That concludes the second report of the Audit Committee.
My apologies for the timing, but I am going to ask for an early departure as I have a community meeting to go to.
Perfect. Thanks for informing me. Appreciate it. I was informed, you sent an email, Councillor Stevenson. I know you have to go too.
Yes, okay.
So thank you for letting me know. Okay, not too many more people can go. We need a quorum. We're on to, but we're very close. So we're on to added reports now. Added reports will include both the 12th report of council in closed session, which Councillor McAllister is going to present. Councillor McAllister, I'll ask that you present it and a report progress on the additional matters for which we went into camera for that don't have a report out. So if you want to read the in-camera report and report progress, that'd be great.
Okay, happy to do the 12th report on the council in closed session. This is for item 1, which was QP 107 tentative agreement. That as procedural matter pursuant to section 239, subsection 6 of the Municipal Act 2001, the following recommendation be forwarded to council in closed session for the purpose of considering whether the recommendation should be forwarded to council for deliberation and vote in public session. That on the recommendation of the Deputy City Manager Enterprise Support with concurrence of the Deputy City Manager Finance Support, the memorandum of agreement dated May 7th, 2024 and agreed to items dated February 5th, March 1st, and April 3rd, 2024, considering the 2024-2027 collective agreement for civic employees local union number 107, chartered by the Canadian Union of Public Employees and affiliated with the Canadian Labour Congress, QP Local 107, that it be ratified. And also to note that progress was made with respect to items 4.1, 4.3 as noted on the public agenda, which were 6.1, 11 SPPC and 6.18 CPSC.
And the additional time that we went into camera.
Yes, and the additional time we went into camera.
Excellent. So that's moved by Councillor McAllister. You're moving a motion, so you get to stand. I'm going to turn the chair to Councillor Rahman. I'm going to speak to this matter.
Thank you. I have the chair recognizing Mayor Morgan.
Yes, I'm just going to speak briefly to the vote before us to ratify the QP 107 tentative agreement. I just want to take a moment to thank our staff and our negotiating team for the work that they've done in working with our partners in 107 to come to a freely negotiated collective agreement that provides wages and benefits that respect the high quality and incredible work that they do for us, and to do so quickly, expeditiously, and bring it forward in a collaborative manner. I think it's great to be able to celebrate those things as they come forward. We see not everybody has the great fortune of landing in that spot, and we are lucky to have a phenomenal relationship with our great partners who work for the City of London, including QP 107. Thanks to the members for their ratification vote of this as well. I obviously and looking for council's full support in our approval of this too, and continue on behalf of the City of London and Londoners across the city. Want to formally thank 107 and all their workers for the incredible work they do on behalf of Londoners each and every day.
Returning the chair to you with no one on the speaker's list.
Anybody else want to speak? Okay, then we'll open this item for voting.
Closing the vote, motion carries 12-0.
And that concludes my report.
Thank you. I have no deferred matters inquiries. Seeing none, there's no emergent motions, so we're on to bylaws. Okay, I'm gonna just, right now all the bylaws are together because the individual with the conflict left. Does anybody want something separated? I need to know the numbers.
Yes,
With your microphone, please, Councillor.
1329, and there were no votes on 1328, and there was a no vote on, there were no votes on St. James, but I don't see the number.
So you want those separate?
Yeah.
It doesn't matter if there were no votes, it's what you want separated. So other councillors can speak for themselves, so the ones that you want separate.
There is also something for St. James, but I don't see the number here. I'm sorry. Under planning.
So I'll just reference for colleagues. When we go through the actual voting items in the committee reports, it will always indicate what bill it relates to in those committee reports. So if, as we go through, colleagues have the opportunity to note those and then be prepared at the end to just list the bylaws you want separate, like that's where you can find them if you can't reference something, is through the committee reports. When you see an item, it will always say what bill it relates to. So we'll pull those ones. I'm unsure of the other one, but I'll make sure that, I think it's 234 and 235 that you're looking at additionally, Councillor Trossau?
I am looking at 234 and 235, but there is, I see that there's another one for 323 Oxford, which is at a very different place in this list. Thirteen point 13.
This one too. Yeah, okay, 219 as well. I'm just going by the bill numbers. You're right, it's 1313 on the agenda, but Bill 219. Okay.
So we have 3, 219, 234, 235, and then revised.
Okay. So we're going to do 219, 234, 235 separate for you, Councillor Trossau, related to Oxford Street, and one's related to Southdale Road. I'll also just note that Bill 220 was revised. We passed a revised amendment, so if you're reading the bill, it's just that slight language difference that we passed. No need to do that separate. So did anybody else want anything else separate? Okay. Okay, so the way we're going to proceed then, if there's nothing else pulled, we'll deal with everything except 219, 234, and 235, which were the ones that Councillor Trossau indicated he's looking for them to be voted on separately. Okay? While we're waiting for just the motions to come up, I'm going to suggest to colleagues, just as a future process improvement, since usually when we're at bylaws, everybody's ready to go. If, as we go through the agenda, you just want to make note of the bills that you might want presented separately, and you just pass those along to the clerk, these motions can just kind of be drafted up throughout the meeting as we're working through it, and then this part could go a little smoother. There might be something you might want to add later, but the more we have prepared ahead of time, the quicker it goes. So I think that might be something if we can all commit to as we work through the committee agendas, to just note those bills that you might want pulled separately, and just, you know, put your name on it and pass it along to the clerk, and we'll try to craft something a little more efficiently at the end of the meeting for you. Okay, I need a mover and seconder for first reading of everything except the ones that we said would be excluded. Councillor Cuddy, seconded by Councillor Van Meerbergen. There's no debate on first reading, so we're going to open the voting.
Closing the vote, motion carries 12-0.
Mover and seconder for second reading. Councillor Lehman, seconded by Councillor Ferreira. Any discussion on second reading? Yes, Councillor McAllister.
Thank you. I just didn't want to have this pass by without being able to say something to it. So this is bill number 225. I do just want to thank staff. I was able to go to the public engagement for the intersection at Hamilton and Gore for the roundabout. I'm very much looking forward to that. I just wanted to pass along my thanks. And I know the community is very excited to see that redevelopment of that intersection. Thank you.
Thanks, Councillor. Any other speakers? Okay, we'll open second reading for voting.
Closing the vote, motion carries 12-0.
Third reading, mover and seconder. Moved by Councillor Rahman, seconded by Councillor Ferreira. We'll open third reading for voting as soon as it's ready.
Closing the vote, motion carries 12-0.
Councillor Trosa, you pulled three. Can we do them all together?
Yes, please.
Okay. Unless
Yes, please.
Unless someone objects to that? Yeah, you're good with doing them all together? Okay, great. A mover and seconder then for that. Councillor Privel, Councillor Cuddy. We'll open first reading of those three bills for voting.
The vote, motion carries 11-1.
And second reading, mover and seconder. Moved by Councillor Cuddy, seconded by Councillor Frank. Any discussion? Seeing none, we'll open that for voting.
Closing the vote, motion carries 11-1.
Third reading, mover and seconder. Moved by Councillor Lehman. I'm looking to you online. I'm not ignoring you. So Councillor Hillier, you haven't done one yet. So Councillor Hillier is the seconder. Okay, third reading will open for voting.
Closing the vote, motion carries 11-1.
Okay, that brings us to the conclusion of the meeting. Looking for a motion to adjourn. Councillor Rahman, seconded by Councillor Frank. All those in favor of adjournment?
The motion carries.
All right, we're adjourned. Thank you.